Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, causing racket. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you should still take notes, cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill.
Really?
If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a Ewok. Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can bite mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at little me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3.
On MP3. STC. Shout out to Vic, Agnostic One, up for fucking Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, graphing calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital shit, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? I am the often imitated, never duplicated soul whose intentions are good. Dear Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Tony TGD. Joining me is my man Carl, who's dropped the captain. He's dropped the Santa. He's just regular Carl today.
Yeah.
What's up, Carl? And of
Nothing
course, in the
much.
bottom slot, Blinded Braille. What's going on,
What's up?
Blinded?
I'm good.
Gary is here in the chat. He's possibly going to pop in later. He's out there Christmas shopping, beating up old ladies, taking all the good toys, doing all the things you got to do on Christmas to have a happy Christmas for your kids.
Forget that. He's after their drugs.
Whoa.
Everyone knows the seniors get the best stuff.
I meant he was in the store fighting people, Carl, not that he was on the street.
Oh, damn.
I mean, he does live in Detroit, so. Or near Detroit. You get the point.
Wow. All right, so we got Lorenzo's Flea Stack. Like I said, Gary's in the chat. We got Beefy's here. Chappie McChapster. I'm sure more people will funnel in because we got a big retro show to do tonight. We're going to talk about a lot of things here. We're going to talk about some gaming news. We're going to talk about some geek news. We're going to talk about some personal news.
Ooh.
And, of course, there is big Amico news, so we have to cover it. I said we would not be covering any small news, any ordinary type news, but there's big news, so we're going to be covering it. But before we get to that, before we get to the good stuff, we got to get to the great stuff. Carl, how's your week been?
Fine. Just getting everything ready for Christmas and playing video games and like Skyrim and Fallout 4. And what about you? And B&B?
Well, let's hear from Blinded Braille first. What you been up to this week, Blinded?
Well, I saw Spider-Man.
Oh,
Hanged out with my buddy.
Lorenzo,
And
hold on for a second, Blinded. Lorenzo wants to know what's that clicking. That would be Carl playing video games in the middle of the stream.
nope, not mine.
actually,
not
that's
me.
me.
Oh, it's
That's me.
Blinded playing games.
Yes, I thought I tried to like put it away from my mic, but I guess it ain't gonna fly. So I'm gonna
It's all
stop.
right. Don't worry about it. If you'll play games, play games. I do it all the time.
Yeah,
So you
I'll
seen
just pause it for
Spider-Man?
a second. Yes, I did see Spider-Man. Other than that, not much. I'm just kind of like scrolling through Twitter and just seeing the crazy takes on this movie. People were kind of insane, thinking that it's best picture material. I'm not sure how anybody could say that, but I digress.
So, I remember you were talking about the Spider-Man movie.
Yes. On
So,
Twitter.
what were you saying about it?
I liked the movie. Like I had fun in the theater, right? It was like me and my buddy.
Mhm.
We went to go see it.
Right.
And I mean, it's typical of the reaction, what people wanted, claps and cheers for the characters. But the story is super weak. I mean, like, I'm kind of surprised people are like, oh, this is the best Spider-Man movie. It wouldn't be the best Spider-Man movie if you didn't have those cameos and those references. It would just be pretty, like, mediocre. You know what I mean?
I mean, can I give my criticism about my Spider-Man criticism?
Sure.
My Spider-Man criticism is that what Stanley said about Spider-Man, that anyone can be Spider-Man, and I think inherently that's part of the problem. Like Batman, Bruce Wayne is dead cold Batman.
Hmm.
You know who the Penguin is, you know who Poison Ivy is, but anyone who can be Spider-Man is just kind of in my opinion, a weak superhero.
Man,
I don't know.
Yeah. What up? What up, Tony?
we will get more in-depth Spider-Man coverage in a minute, but what else have you been up to this week, Blinded? Anything exciting? Any girls at the Spider-Man movie?
Oh, there was Bear Girls at the Spider-Man movie. They were the ones cheering. They were the ones cheering, and yeah. I mean, there was actually a bigger reaction to Daredevil.
Ooh.
And
Daredevil was kind of a good movie.
I'll say this. This movie made me want Amazing Spider-Man 3, which I did not want originally. But when you compare all three of them, Andrew was the best one. And we'll get into that later. Yeah.
Yeah, Mitty just popped in. Mitty, Gary is around.
What's up,
He's out
Mitty?
Christmas shopping. He might pop into the panel later. Lorenzo said, did he say there were Bear Girls?
No, Bear. Like lots of girls.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I thought you just meant
say
fat
Bear
chicks.
Girls.
No. No, Bear. It's slang and shit.
Bear Girls would be like guys would be fat and hairy chicks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
I could be like beyond if it weren't for the what bears were stereotypically called, I'm big and hairy, so
well, I think that brings us to my week, which has been, like it always is, so fantastic, so lovely. I have recently sent in a book to be reviewed by Amazon, so to be published and available soon.
Ooh.
And I will show you guys what that book is later on. We'll get to it.
Now, as your friends, do we get free copies?
I will give free copies to everyone who's on the panel, and I will send
Sweet.
one free copy to a lucky viewer. But we'll get to that. We'll get to it. Yeah,
That
this
is
soon be a number
awesome.
one bestseller, Beefy. You're right. But we'll get to that.
That's
Beyond
cool.
that, I had some more lovely Twitter interactions. Some stragglers from last week's fiasco. I've had to deal with some very disingenuous complainers on YouTube. I made a video. Then I had to deal with the fallout of that. So that was always lovely. Sidekick Max got his report card today.
All
No
F's,
Fs.
baby.
No Fs.
Oh, that's cool.
1D, but no Fs. So that was good. Very proud, very proud. I did eat that week old Jello, and it's still kind of sitting in the stomach wrong. That was like not a week old. My fault. It was 21 days. It was 3 weeks old.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that would be bad.
But for some reason, I got 2,000 views on that short. I didn't even show myself eating it. I just said I ate 3-week-old Jello, and somehow 2,000 people decided to view that video. It's kind of a little disheartening
That's
considering I don't get that kind of views on normal videos.
I only got 2,000 views.
So, in the spirit of that, there is a store near me that's legally allowed to sell expired food. So, I think we'll be doing some expired food mukbang next year.
oh man.
Wow.
I'm trying to get Sidekick Max on board. He's hesitant. He don't want to eat expired food, but
He's smart. He's smart. What do you expect?
smarter than me, right?
No. I said smart. Smart is better than smart.
Yeah. I did buy some weird Japanese food I saw in the store. We tried that. We'll have a review up later, probably tomorrow.
I tried Pocky once, and it was kind of an interesting experience.
Yeah, Max loves that Pocky stuff. He gets that like green matcha Pocky. I'm like, what the hell is this? This weird
I mean,
food that you keep.
I gotta be honest. If I want to eat a cookie, I'm gonna eat the Keebler fudge stripe cookies.
Not me. If I'm gonna eat cookies, it's gonna be Nabisco, chocolate chip, dunking that bitch in the milk like a little kid.
My
Hoping
favorite.
it don't break off.
Well, we up with a top three. Top three of my favorite cookies, which are fudge stripe, Sandy's, and soft batch.
Good choices. So we're gonna have a lot of big things going on in the channel in the future, but as you know, this is the last live Gabbing with the Geeks.
Yeah.
Next week is Christmas, so we will have the big Christmas show. I got videos coming in already of people who are going to be part of it. Big collaboration, big names. Looking for more if you are a content creator, or if you just want to send me something that you want read on the air. If you're a fan of the show and you said, you want to share some experience, some good Christmas memories, or if you just want to, say something nice to everybody who watches, hit me up, Tony TGD at thegeekgetaway.com. Drop me an email and I'll read it on air. Well, it won't be live. It'll be obviously pre-recorded, but it'll be in the show.
Yeah. Just keep it clean, folks. It's for Christmas.
Lorenzo says last ever. No, last for the year. Like I said, next week is Christmas, and then the following week it'll be the first of 2022. So,
and we're going to be opening up an OnlyFans page.
We are.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Carl's gonna strip on OnlyFans.
I know women get really mad when people make those comments, but not me. Not me. I get those comment jokes all the time, baby.
Carl's milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Damn right, it is better than yours. But I think we're gonna go ahead and move away from the intro.
All right.
I think we're gonna go ahead and discuss our first topic of the evening. which is something that we
Cool.
haven't been discussing too much around here. Any idea
You don't
what I'm talking
mean.
about, Carl?
You don't mean.
I don't mean what?
You don't mean that. The
I
That
Amico.
one. Oh,
That's right, folks. First
Ooh.
topic of the evening, the Intellivision Amico. As you know, we haven't covered it in a while. And there's been some things. There's been some developments. Now, the first development is a big one. It's close to my heart. It is exactly what I was talking about in the intro. I wrote a book. I wrote a Ultimate Intellivision Amico Guidebook Volume 1. It covers all the games released from October 10th, 2020 to October 10th, 2021. It will be
Wow.
available on
Oh.
Amazon for $5. It is going to include in-depth walkthrough, a spoiler-free plot synopsis, tips and tricks, and some odds and ends about each game that was
Wait,
released
did
in
you
that
say-
time period.
Wait. Did you say Intellivision or Television Amico?
Television Amico.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
Okay, just checking. Just checking.
I will share the screen so you guys can get a little sneak peek, a little look.
You know who you should send a free copy to? Tommy Tallarico.
Why would I send Tommy a copy of my book?
For
you said
season's
it.
greetings, baby.
I don't think it'll be out yet, but there it is, Ultimate Intellivision Amico Guidebook.
The
Hopefully, you guys
cover
can
looks
see that.
cool. I like
The
the
cover. The cover has
Oh,
a
yeah.
picture of the shell signed by me.
it's
cover. I like it.
The book will not be covering any of the demos because demos is not a game. So,
Right.
and it will not be covering the physical products because those games cannot be played yet. So only
Mhm.
games that saw a retail release that were playable on a retail Intellivision Amico between October 10, 2020 and October 10, 2021 will be covered in the book.
Okay.
Would you
That'd be
hazard a guess
interesting.
how many games the first volume of this compendium covers, Carl?
One.
It's a good guess, but no, there was not one game released.
Wait a
how many
minute.
games?
If you maybe 5,
Ooh, too high. 5 is way too high.
Oh man,
3,
3.
I'm surprised no one has caught what I've said yet.
You said released,
That's what I said.
so there's no games released.
Bing, bing, bing. Blinded girl.
Wait
is the winner.
a minute. Is that a practical joke?
It is not a practical joke. It is an actual book.
How are you going to cover no games on the book?
The book will include 25 pages of placeholder text.
Oh.
Oh,
Literally, each page in the book says placeholder text.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
$5
That's
is what I'm going to charge for the book.
Oh,
Ray,
man.
the physical products don't count. We can't play them, so I can't write anything up on them. I figured
man, that's
the first year
glorious.
of releases, right? October 10th, 2020 was the scheduled release for the system. 1 year later, 10/10/2021, we covered all the games in that time period. Volume 2 will cover the games released after 10/10/2021 until 10/10/2022. And we'll see how many books I can get out of this before they actually release a game.
You know what you should do then? With your book, you should do what Brent Weiss does. Every time he does a video, he advertises his book in the comments section.
I will. I'll advertise my book. I will shill the hell out of it.
Go
Chill
the
hard.
hell out of that book.
He says there was a book that was 1,000 pages all blank a few years ago. Michael Knowles wrote a book. It's called Reasons to Vote for a Democrat. It is a New York Times bestseller, and there's nothing on any of the pages.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So
Wow.
it can be done.
That's...
It has been done before.
Wow, then I could write a book.
That's
You know, I actually thought about writing a grocery shopper bestiary.
I thought you were going to say something with bestiality.
reality. I was thinking
No.
the same.
No, I always, when I was working at a grocery store, I was thinking, you know, how they always have this bestiary full of monster types or whatever. I was thought about doing that for customer types.
Isaiah Israel says at least 15 pages of Amico partnership. That'll be on the that'll be an addendum on the second printing. First printing is a soft cover. It's not a hardcover. Maybe the second printing will be hardcover if people actually buy it and they enjoy it.
I mean, I don't buy books on an ordinary basis, so I would never be a customer if I were even if I read them. Sorry, but I'm still curious about it though.
The book does have lag.
I mean, you got to program that in for the ebook version. Whenever you use it on Kindle, it takes like 5 seconds to turn each page.
Oh wow. Lag, and it's gonna get delayed as well.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for Amazon to approve the book. Hopefully, it's out before Christmas, so you could place your orders and get your Christmas presents in.
Oh, that's amazing.
But in actual Amico news, another German website has taken a look at the Amico. They've got some hands-on time, and they had a little something to say. And it wasn't good.
Oh yeah. What does the Germans have to say?
All right. So we don't have the full article. You have to buy the German magazine, but we have a snippet provided by a German website. So we're gonna take a look at that.
Oh man. Yeah,
So,
I've heard. I watched a little bit from DT's video. So
yeah, this is tells this website topfree.de, Top Free Germany. M Games has doubts about the Wii successor Intellivision Amico. So this is the editor's conclusion for the article they wrote. It says, after several hours of hands-on, we currently still have doubts that the console can distinguish itself as the Wii successor, jerky performance of the games, and complex menu navigation. But above all, the slightly spongy control via the turntable causes problems again and again, and the movement control denigrated into wild waving. The touchscreen is suitable for simple entries and hectic tiles. It seems anything but intuitive and takes a long time to get used to. We also are still skeptical about the announced game replenishment. I believe replenishment means they're talking about being able to tap your RFID cards and get the games.
yeah. Now I just came up with a new marketing slogan for the Amico.
The Amico Day. When they're talking about the turntable, they're talking about the disc.
The disc.
Obviously, this is a translation from Google, and Google doesn't have a good translation for spinning disc or spinner.
Yeah. I got a new slogan for the Amico. Not the worst thing that Germany ever supported.
Oof. Germany, according to Germany, they've supported nothing. I think nothing happened around 1940 to 1942.
So, all right.
Beefy says, so not simple, pick up and play. Yeah, it sounds like things are a little bit complicated, a little bit
Oh man.
unintuitive. Jerky performance might be lag. So,
Oh man.
Mitty
It sounds
says
like Sorry, go on.
Mitty's reading the ad on the side there. Shit show supervisor. He said they've made shirts for us. Yeah, that's us. So, Carl, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh man, it's man. I mean, what can you say about it? And well, no, I'll actually tell you what I did say about it. I I basically said something along the lines of I predicted that the release date would be 2025, and I still stick to that date.
2025, Carl? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I think knowing how bad it is, I think 2025 is going to be the release date. I still support that.
I'm having doubts about it being released at all.
Well, I'm being optimistic. What about you,
What about you,
B&B?
Brian? What do you think?
Hold on. Something's going on again.
Well, while Blinded figures out what's going on over there, we're going to look at something else here that was discovered by what's the word I'm looking for? Redditor, a Reddit poster.
Oh dear.
Beetlejuice7 found this out. Not sure if you guys could read that.
Okay.
Can I read it for
Let
you?
me get it. Just
Says,
read it for me, please.
This is in regards to the funding from the Bavarian government. And it says a 6.9 funding hereunder is predicated on the willingness of funding recipients to cooperate and participate in networking and event formats, such as conferences or annual meetings of current and former funding recipients. Funding recipients are also called upon to support program-related information and communication outreach for the purpose of public presentation of project results. Funding recipients have an obligation to take part in evaluation activities and to provide information for the assessment of the success of the funding measure. So, it appears that the reason that the German websites are getting hands-on, that they're being able to evaluate and look at the product, is because that seems to be part of their Bavarian grant requirements. Yeah. So, yeah, Zeno, jerky performance. It's a feature.
I mean, and at least in the sack, I could see that being a good thing, but this is a video game console. Jerky performance is a bad thing.
Oh, yeah. Jerky performance is a terrible, terrible thing.
It's an awful thing.
Yeah, that's not a pleasant experience at all.
So, and in other news, in further news, Tommy Tallarico has come out and said that the reason that Missile Command and Shark got switched in the order of release videos for deep dives is because they wanted to put a more family-friendly game out first. No conspiracy.
I mean, it's Christmas time, so I'm not going to say what I'm thinking.
He did say that there's supposed to be another video out. It was supposed to be either Friday, which obviously didn't happen, or Monday. And then next week, a special surprise is coming from Intellivision. But he didn't say what
I can't wait. But they're going to switch it out with cornhole.
You think so?
Boy.
Yeah, they're that interested in a family friendly. I think they're going to try and show off cornhole.
So you don't think he said Missile Command's coming next week?
Well, I mean, he can say whatever he wants, but he's like he. You know what they say about certain people, that they have a prerogative to change their mind. Yeah, well, he has a prerogative to change his mind.
Mhm.
So hopefully we'll get to see some Missile Command and something else. Mr. Beefy's not buying that. He says it's not a big deal either way. Someone on Discord had an interesting comment. They said, "Well, if Tommy and John Alvarado are wearing different shirts, we'll know that it's a new video, and they had to change some things."
Oh, that would be so messed up if it wasn't. Oh my god.
I mean, like I said, it's Christmas, so I have to behave.
Yeah. His reasoning, excuse me, his reasoning seems to be very very flimsy. I mean, they put out the poll. They said this is the order. We're going to respect the order. No prior announcement. No, like, hey guys, I know that Missile Command won, but we really wanted to get Shark out there for the kids or something. Before Christmas, we wanted a Shark before Christmas. It's always catch up with these people. It's always after someone points it out, they're like, "Well, no, we didn't make a mistake, guys." I got my hand in the cookie jar, but listen, Mom, I'm going to explain to you why it's not what it looks like.
Have an Amico day. Seth wonders if it's going to be more. The surprise is going to be more music, or I gather that's what he means.
A musical Christmas present. Maybe we're getting DJC albums for Christmas. So the show will continue. The Amico show will continue until 2022. As I reported, the Amazon Germany placeholder date has been moved back to December 31st, 2022.
I mean, here's the thing. With the variant fundraising requirements, he's not going to be able to say whatever. He's not going to be able to do what he does in America or any other place and say whatever he wants. He's going to have to be legitimately honest, because they're not stupid. They're going to they've done this fundraiser stuff before, so they know when people are giving them or pulling the wool over them, or whatever the saying goes.
Pulling the wool over their eyes?
Yeah, thank you. So that's my opinion.
And the last bit of Amico news, it's more of a what's the word I'm looking for here? It's more of a just something funny that was posted by Tommy that someone shared on the Amico Reddit. So I thought we'd take a look at it. This is a old comment from Tommy. I will zoom in a second, but this was from December, posted on December 18, 2020. Now, if we see here, we scroll down. Someone asked, however, as with all new launches, things will still go wrong at the beginning. The Founders, 2,600 units, and over 10,000 pre-orders will be an excellent chance for Intellivision to cut its teeth early on actual production units and real customers to make sure things are smooth for retail launch. The customers will likely be a lot less invested and probably a lot less tech savvy than your typical Atari ager. It wouldn't be a bad strategy to try to push retail out a bit, maybe even months past initial shipments, just to make sure these teething issues are flattened before general sales. So this is Tommy's response here. It says, you are 100% correct. We are also putting a plan in place to get at least 10 and as high as 20 Amigos into families' hands as early as January, as well as having them film themselves and their families playing it, all while testing, quote unquote, in real life to get the kinks out. I guess that didn't happen.
If they ever made an Amico movie, I know exactly what they could call it.
What's that?
The Hunt for Red Shieldtober.
Huh.
So Tommy's plan was to, at one point, get 10 to 20 amigos, send them into homes, get them to film themselves playing it and trying it out. I wonder why that plan didn't go off the way
I don't
he
know.
was
Yeah,
expecting.
who knows?
Maybe because
It does. I mean, sorry, you go on. I can wait.
I was gonna say this was posted December 18th, 2020, which was a year ago, and as we know, the console didn't even launch this year. It wasn't ready,
Nope.
still not ready,
Indeed.
and I don't think the games or anything would have been able to be accessed and playable by normal families without Tommy telling them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then someone said I wouldn't even mind Intellivision shipping a very limited beta run of units with NDAs, maybe not final plastics, don't even get to keep them, etc., ahead of founders or pre-orders just to smooth that ramp too. Tommy replied, "Whoops, I should have read this line before answering above, as I would have just said yes." So again, he was saying that he was going to get out beta units into homes. And then here is the last. This is from Grudge Q. It says, if Intellivision isn't 100% confident in April, maybe crank up the production line for an hour or two to test that and their injection molding and make 100 grade test amigos. Put them with devs, staff, and select real-world beta testers for a month. And then maybe do the founders in May, pre-orders in June, and retail in July. Tommy's response, yep, we're doing this no matter what in January.
Huh.
We're assuming compliance won't be completed, but we can still get machines into folks' hands. Our handmade units cost us about $700 to manufacture at this point. Pretty expensive stuff. Our initial manufacturing line test run will be 300 units. Has anybody heard anything about test units being made?
I've
300
never heard, but
Crickets.
I don't.
Crickets.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good idea. Okay, I do like it as an idea, and that's all I'm gonna say about it.
This whole company is based on ideas. They don't actually do any action. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true for thus far. That's true.
Balding Bob Ross says, let's be honest, there are no plans with this company. Yeah. He seems to just be saying things that will make people happy, make them, give them a pat on the back. Good job, Tommy. I knew you were going to do it. And then it just doesn't do anything.
I think the term you're looking for are feel-good answers.
There you go. Goal 13 has a different take on it. He says the dude lies quite a bit. Some sort of personality disorder. It's been a strange ride.
You know who I think would really do a good job of running this company? Bill Clinton.
Oh, jeez.
That guy is incredible. He could lie like the best of them, and you still couldn't hate him.
Yeah. Good old Billy Clinton.
I miss that guy so much. All right, let's it gets a little too weird.
Okay, so this wasn't highlighted, but I think it bears looking at. It's in the same post. In the non-highlighted section, Tommy wrote, "We already have 50 more games in production, and they started a year ahead of us." So he's talking about that they got more games in production than the Atari VCS.
Such a lie.
50 games, guys.
I mean,
I haven't heard. I think maybe if I'm stretching it with including games that we've just heard Tommy and talk about, maybe 30.
Oh.
I mean, I can spin straw into Sapphire.
Can you?
And flap my arms and fly.
Mitty says he's heard something about formal production. Yeah, I've heard something about that too. Amico Day says there was a comment 2 days ago on YouTube saying they are running down the line right now but I haven't seen evidence of it. Yeah, a comment from who, Amico Day? Anybody can make comments and say things. If it's not
I've
from
heard
Tommy
those.
or
I
someone in the
mean,
company, it's not a real comment.
I've heard those kind of comments before, but it's there. Is there any proof? That's the question.
Yeah, Beefy says, "Oh, they probably started then stopped paying them." Well, you're talking about in production. Tommy says 50 games in production. So what does that mean? We know that the Amico is currently in production. It's been apparently in pre-production, and now it's in formal production. 50 games in production could mean that they threw out 50 titles in a pitch meeting somewhere, and that's where he's getting the number from.
Mm.
He's mentioned 50 different games at some point in the office. Ridiculous. So, what are the predictions for 1 year from now? Are we going to be talking about how it still isn't out yet?
Mm.
Well, I mean, you already heard mine, so let's hear Blinded.
I think there's probably like two predictions. One, it's not out, or it's out, but it was died in such a short span of time that it's kind of laughable. I'm not really sure how this is going to go. It's so unpredictable.
I think it's
yeah, it's just maddening to me, this whole story. I'm just watching on the sidelines because, like I said, I'm not too invested in it. I'm just more invested in how this story's going to end. That's really it.
At this rate, they're going to need necromancy and Vita rays to bring it back.
Yes. Oh boy.
That's just an observation. I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know that at one point Tommy said that retailers were playing games for over 2 years on the system.
Oh boy.
Which is a weird thing. And remember, he said retailers love them. They love them. They still love the system. So, Gogo13 says DJC's last stream. I didn't hear or read the part of it, but they said Tommy came in and made a statement to that effect. I did not see. I skimmed that stream very, very briefly because I was told that same thing. I didn't see any comments from Tommy to that effect, and I didn't see. He didn't get on stream, from my understanding, so he didn't say anything.
I would love to make an apology and say that I was wrong. So,
Mitty says 1 year from now they are defunct. Gogo says I heard it on a different live stream. It may be delayed into 2023. Not sure if that was for mass units or everything. I know Rab was saying something about pushing it back, but Rab doesn't work for the company, as far as I know. So Retro Advisory Board saying that he thinks this, or you have to understand that about the company and what they're doing. He's not an official spokesman. He doesn't work for the company.
So
take what he says.
Well, I was just going to say, as I understand it, he works in a lot of customer relations, so or something to that effect. I know, but
absolutely nothing.
What I mean is that's probably why he's doing all this, because he thinks, he uses his career to help the Tommy. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it means anything.
Having Amico Day says the game librarian was the one making the comments saying that. We don't know who the game librarian is, but he makes lots of comments defending the Amico and telling you that you're wrong on YouTube.
They do the same thing on the Amico Game Facts message board.
If this thing does get delayed till next or 2023, how is that even going to go down with people? Like, I feel like a lot of the fans right now would just turn on it. Like,
I
That's a
told
massive
you
delay.
the release date is going to be 2025.
You think
Man.
so, Carl?
Oh yeah, I'm almost sure it'll be 2025, if at all, maybe even beyond.
Like,
So
what
it's more
excuse
like
is he going to have for delaying it till 2023? You know, I mean, that's
It's
kind of crazy.
Chip shortage, COVID.
He should be,
sterility
but
plague.
that's such a lame excuse, because it was like, if it was a chip shortage, why aren't you just producing it now and then building up stock? I don't know.
You
It just,
got
I
me.
don't know. It's such a lame excuse.
Well, I agree. It's a totally lame and unbelievable excuse. Other companies, we've seen the Analog Pocket come out. We've seen Evercade ship units. Polymega, I believe, ship units. Atari VCS obviously has shipped units.
I don't know. I mean,
So
more people keep a track of this thing than me, so let's keep that in mind.
Oh boy.
like I said, I'm just going off of, what Tommy has said, going off of what is available publicly. And basically, I don't think this thing has any excuse other than bad management.
Oh yeah.
But Tommy's never going to admit to that. Tommy's never going to be like, "Hey guys, I screwed up. I'm very bad at what I do."
I mean, the thing is, if he were to admit that, at least people wouldn't mind so much.
That is true.
But like I said, I don't know diddly squat about all this. Is just my opinion. So
Well, that's basically the only Amico news that have come out. Chappie says, "What would be worse for Tommy, that they don't release the Amico, or that it gets released and people start reviewing it?"
I think not releasing it.
Yeah, not
I
releasing
say
it would
both.
be. I think not releasing it would be worse, only because I think they could potentially sue the company, maybe start investigating. Whereas if he releases something, he could just say, "Well, we tried, it didn't work out, it was garbage, and not my fault, not my problem."
That funding company, I think, would sue the pants off of him.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker says, "I watched that stream. Tommy didn't say anything to that effect." Yeah, that's what I thought. I skimmed it. Didn't see Tommy saying anything about release dates or anything like that. You got anything else on this topic, gentlemen? Anything?
No way.
No, not really.
All right.
Celebrate the times. Come on.
The good times.
It ain't got no good times for Amico.
For
Lord
everyone
Rankin
else,
says that German article said the same stuff about mushy buttons that Silver Pong said. Yeah, it is kind of weird that a lot of people are saying the same things that are not Tommy's friends. Tommy's friends seem to be saying the same thing, but everything's good, everything's perfect, buttons are great, fantastic. And then people who are not Tommy's friends keep saying, "Hey, the buttons are spongy. It's not great. Janky controls, jerky."
I mean, here's my opinion: is this. You can't trust someone when he says everything is perfect. You have a better chance at trusting someone like Ben Silverpong, who kind of gave an honest answer that it's going to be fun for some people, but not everyone, but it does have problems. That's the most realistic answer I think I've heard.
Yeah, I think that's it for this topic. I think we've beaten it into the ground.
All right. So what's next?
What is next? Well, we get called out on this stream a lot. We get told that we're not fair. We pick on Amico. We don't pick on other companies. We don't say things.
They've never seen my Twitter pages then ever.
So we're going to go ahead. We're going to talk about something that happened recently. I wanted to talk about it on Wednesday, but somehow we ended up talking about other things, and we had a weird conversation on Wednesday. It was good, but it kind of came out of nowhere. It was organic, as Max would say. I wanted to call out Sony, their behavior. No, it's not what you think it is. But Sony is now going to be offering PS5 faceplates.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Oh yeah, that.
And I've heard about the lawsuit as well, or something to that effect.
Yeah. Before this announcement, D brand was offering faceplates. They're $50 faceplates to change the color from white to black. But Sony stepped in. They gave them a cease and desist letter threatening to sue them. Didn't want D brand doing this. Now, I'm not sure if that's legal, as a faceplate would not. I don't think that would violate any of their sort of copyrights. I'm not sure if they have some sort of design trademark on the actual look of the PlayStation. But of course, when a big company sues a really tiny company, a tiny company usually folds.
Yep.
And the way I heard it was they did all this so they could so Sony could sell the place first.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason they did it. They killed off the competition so they could sell them probably for a premium price. It's still kind of scummy. Still not great.
Well, I mean, we don't know if Sony's plates will be better though, until someone actually gets a hold of one.
Well, there are more than just one color. I'm stumbling over my words today. I don't know why, but
take your time. Take your time.
As you can see, they got the black, pink, blue, Amico blue, and this red. And they are also going to be coming out with new controllers to go along with them. Its range of console covers will start rolling out in January 2022. 5 separate colors: Nova Pink, Starlight Blue. I guess this is Galactic Purple. Ooh, better watch out, Tommy.
I love Galactic Purple.
It looks kind of bluish to me. I guess this is purple.
Which is kind of fortunate because I'm actually considering getting a PlayStation 5.
I do like the baby blue one. What's it called?
Yeah, the blue
Starlight
looks good.
Blue.
Now, you have to get the Amico one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. The Starlight Blue. That one looks nice.
Okay, yeah.
See, and they're going to be offering these new controllers: Nova Pink, Starlight Blue, Galactic Purple. I guess. Oh, see, Sony was granted a patent last month, which allowed it to make covers for the PlayStation 5. So I guess that's what they're suing. We're going to sue D brand over.
Mm-hmm.
And says, however, in a statement posted last month, the company declared that dark plates were dead following a cease and desist letter from Sony Interactive Entertainment. Its lawyers threatening to sue if they continued selling them. So, unfortunately, dark plates are done, but we have PS5 covers from Sony, official covers. I do like them. I like the way they look.
Yeah, me too.
The white system was kind of blah.
The Batman.
Luke Skywalker says, just got a Series X. Don't think I'll get a PS5. Yeah, I mean, if you got a Series X, there's no point in getting the PS5, at least not right now. Unless you're like a really huge Spider-Man fan and you just have to have the
Yeah, I
new.
mean, like, I'm struggling. I'm either going to upgrade to a Series X or just get a PS5.
Amico Day says Dark Plague has the vent for the fan. I think that makes them superior.
Yes, it does.
That's possible.
I didn't really like the look of it though. Like it just looked a little off to me.
Yeah, I agree. I do like the way it looks. I don't put mine vertical. Mine is laying sideways on its side.
Don't you have to have some kind of a stand to put on it to lay it sideways?
Yeah,
It
it
comes
comes
with
with
one.
it. Yeah.
So, Turbine Graphics 16 says he wants that GTO red one. They're taking all of Tommy's ideas. See, this is where I'm always like, instead of 5 different colored Amigos, why didn't they just make one and then offer, shell replacements or shell kits?
I don't know. I mean, I already have my vintage wood grain Xbox. Well, wood grain marble.
I think it was just mismanagement. I don't think he was thinking that far out ahead.
I don't think he realized that was even a thing that people did. Swapping faceplates and stuff.
That's true, yeah.
He's an idiot.
Lorenzo Sleestack says, why would anyone buy a console whose games are more censored than the Nintendo versions? Because they got Spider-Man and they got the upcoming Spider-Man 2 game and God of War.
I mean, there's some games that are on the PlayStation Network platform that are not available on other consoles.
Golo13 says, I only use my PS4 to play Rocksmith and Pinball Arcade. Think I'm done with getting new ones for a while. Lately, I've been playing Genshin Impact. Don't ask me why. I like it. It's fun. I haven't spent any money. It's free. It's like a action RPG that I could just play for a couple minutes, 20, 30 minutes, and turn it off. And, I had a good time. I enjoyed myself.
I mean, whatever.
Chappie says they can't reproduce different shell colors because someone else owns the original shell.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I agree with Luke. If you have a PS4, no reason to upgrade to the PS5 right now.
Yeah.
None.
I broke my PS4. That's why I got a PS5.
I think there's like 4 or 5 games that are exclusive to the PS5. Other than that, they're on both systems. The picture is obviously a little bit better on the PS5. I got a train coming, so
I got to hook blinded up with a copy of Skyrim.
fuck me, right?
Sometime.
I got a Game Pass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a Series S, so.
Oh, okay.
That's what I've been mostly playing on. Yeah.
So that's all I want to talk about these faceplates.
Okay.
Sony being a little
They
Sony.
do look really nice, though.
They do.
Yeah, the colors are interesting.
I really like the baby blue. And you know what? I do like the pink. It wouldn't go good in my room just because my walls are white and everything else is like black and gray. But I think the baby blue would look nice.
Yeah.
Goga13 says, I'm only at 1080p with TVs, not upgrading that anytime soon. So maybe that plays into it. Yeah. Like I said, there really is no reason to get a PS5 if you have the 4. The only reason I got a PS5 is because I knew that eventually I was going to have one. So I said, fuck it. Let me bite the bullet while I can. Chappie says, I actually got a hold of a PS5, and the thing I play the most on it is Persona 5 Royal, which is a PS4 game.
Yeah.
Persona 5 is good, though. I got the original. So I think that's that's all we want to talk about with that. Just a little throw a little shade at Sony because we get accused of not throwing shade at people and saying how we're so unfair.
I mean, I criticize people all the time.
Yeah, these companies
Now,
deserve criticism, though, especially Sony.
Well, I was gonna say, going from Sony, we're gonna go over to a Nintendo story.
I mean,
the Switch has been
Nintendo's
out. It's
suing.
been out for a while.
Okay.
And we're gonna be talking about the sales numbers of Switches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
They talk about them all the time.
As soon as I get the thing going, there we go. Boom!
Right.
Switch sold 1 million units in November. It's actually more than 1 million, but I was typing fast.
Tomato, potato.
This was a courtesy of Game Informer. Switch sold more than 1 million units in November. Best-selling console in the U.S. last month. So,
well, yeah.
Not the OLED version, though.
Would you like to fathom a guess why?
Why is that, Carl?
Because you can buy the Switch is readily available. You might be able to get a hold of an Xbox Series S, but good luck finding the others.
You can find a Switch OLED pretty easily.
So according to this, the Nintendo Switch has been the best-selling console in the U.S. for 35 of the last 36 months. So only in September did they lose to PlayStation 5.
Wow.
And it says right here, according to NPD Group, the Switch sold 1.13 million units last month. Of course, those 1.3 million units are split between the three variations of the console currently on the market: the Switch Lite, and the OLED model.
I was talking to a friend of mine, and he lives in a heavily rural part of the state. And the reason he bought a Switch Lite was because the other version was not available. So I think that speaks to why the Switch is doing so well.
Luke Skywalker has a theory here. He says, "What's making the Switch sell so well is the fact that no one can get the next generation consoles." I don't think that's the only, and I don't even know if that's the major contributing factor.
I mean, look,
Switch has been killing it, Carl. Carl blinded fans. I don't know if you've seen these Switch commercials lately, but they've tons of celebrities, tons of family marketing, all generations, grandparents, showing people of all ages.
I mean,
sitting down together in a room.
Yeah. It's like, and there are various reasons why the Switch is doing so well. The variety of variants available, the customization, the
bundles. The Black Friday bundle was pretty good.
The many ways you can play them, you can use the Joy-Cons or a Joy-Con replacement like the Split Pad Pro, or you can use wired controllers, you can use wireless controllers. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, for Black Friday, they sold nearly 550,000 units.
But the Series S sold better, as I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, because it said that in November, which would be last month, Carl, the Switch was the best-selling console in the US.
Okay. I just heard in the news article that they sold the best in Black Friday, but like I said,
they could have sold, even if Xbox sold 600,000 units on Black Friday, beating Nintendo. overall for the rest of the month, Nintendo made it up by selling nearly
Yeah,
another.
like I said, if I'm wrong,
500,000.
I'm wrong. Not a big deal. Um,
Ninja Kitty says the Switch is a massive success because it has Fox and Forest on the system. Well, Fox and Forest is on PlayStation 2. It's on PlayStation
Yeah,
4.
for real. It's on PlayStation 4. It's on the Xbox One.
Balding Bob Ross says the Switch is family friendly, so the market is dried up. Sorry, Amico, rip. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Nintendo has always been the family friendly console. Their commercials hammer
Mhm.
home this point.
You
I think
know,
they're killing it for marketing and advertising. Zeno says the X and PS5 are always sold out. This is true. What is I wonder if now this is just a speculation. I don't know, but I wonder if the reason that the Nintendo Switch seems to be doing so well is because they count the Switch Lite, and the OLED as one single item, whereas the Xbox Series S is divided into the S, the X, the
possible.
Xbox.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I guess that. Yeah.
And the same thing with
It's
PlayStation. Like a
possible.
PS5 and a PS4 and a PS4 Pro are basically the same, more or less, but because they're not really, so they separate the PS4 sales from the PS5 sales, the PS4 Pro sales.
Mm. If the
Mhm.
Switch OLED was like a Switch Pro, I think it probably would have sold maybe like more than 1.6 million in 1 month, because then it would have catered to like everybody, right?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if maybe it's one of these situations where just a little bit of a spin on the narrative, just a little bit of a tomfoolery, if you will, to make it look like Nintendo's selling so much better than everyone else when they might be really close neck and neck. Because we still got PS4 sales that are going strong, Xbox Series S, X, whatever the hell the other Xbox is called.
Well, I think one thing that really does explain a whole lot in that, there's really no true difference except for the OLED, which does have a superior screen. But what I mean is okay, take the PlayStation for example. PlayStation 4, they had PlayStation 4 Pro backwards specific points. The Switch doesn't have any of those points. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the Switch, they all play the same games. They all play the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They play all the same games without any specific patches or software.
This is true. I think maybe that could play into it because they are all the same.
Yeah. And there's always the backlog of games as well on the Switch.
Yeah.
Like Mario Kart still sells, even though it's a game that's 8 years old at this point.
Yeah. It's really hard, like I said, because everyone talks about the new systems, but they don't, mention how much they sold of PlayStation 4s or the previous Xboxes when they talk about the numbers. But they count everything as a Switch, and I do understand that because they use the same operating system and everything. Technically it is the same Switch. There's no difference, other than like Carl said, the screen being able to be docked or not docked. But
yeah,
still doing good. Still doing good for family friendly, the game industry overall.
Next year, they probably might have even a better year because of the game lineups.
Oh, yeah.
Anything else for that? Gogo 13 says it's going to be very hard for Amico when you consider the Switch. 3 billion casuals, Tony. Yeah.
Hey, I am a casual, and I'm not touching the Amico.
Chappie says, I think that Nintendo is pushing all these consoles right now because they know their sales will drop to zero when the Amico releases.
Oh man.
Man, that's gonna be the shame if the Intellivision Amico ever doesn't fail. All the jokes.
Lorenzo says, isn't there concern the next Switch might not be completely backward compatible?
Yes, that is a rumor. That is a rumor going around.
Possibility.
I don't think they would do it. It would be really dumb if they did. Especially if it, comes out in the next two years. Yeah, it would just be a disaster. It'd be like the Wii U all over again.
I think, and this is just speculation, obviously, but I think the next Switch will be 100% digitally backward compatible. However, the physical carts are going to be different. So if
That's
you
an
have them on
interesting.
physical, you won't be able to use them. But if you have them digitally, or if you go through the Switch 2 eShop, you'll be able to buy Switch 1 games. I don't know what they're going to call the next one. We're just going to call them Switch 1 and 2 for the sake of this
That's
discussion.
an interesting point.
There is a rumor on top of the next Switch not being backwards compatible that they're making another model that would just be digital only.
I was thinking at least the other day that I wish they did have an all digital Switch. But here's a question. I mean, what kind of enhancements would the all digital bring?
Yeah, I don't think it would be that big of an enhancement. It would be like the Series S, but just for Nintendo. So it'd be like super cheap. Like maybe even like 200, 199 or less than that. It won't be like the Switch Lite though. It would be like the middle ground Switch, the OG Switch, but with no cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
Ninja Kitty says everyone can rebuy Mario Kart and all the other games again. No, yeah. Habit Amico Day says it's like the PSP and the PS Vita. I don't think they're going to go that route.
Or more like the PSP and the PSP Go.
Yeah. Chappie's right. Who knows? Nintendo will always Nintendo. Zuda says they would need more storage space on an all-digital Switch. This is not true technically. I always hear people complain about storage. If you have a good connection for internet, you could just delete and then re-download.
Yeah.
And, as much as everybody says it, I don't think the actual numbers hold up as far as people who replay their games. People play them, beat them, move on to the next one.
I mean, 128 gigs would be enough. The OLED has like 64 gigs, and once you have an SD card, you should be fine.
I'm going to say that I think you really need 250 gigs for instead of 100. I think 250 is definitely enough.
Hey, Gary's joining in on the Nintendo Switch discussion.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Somehow Gary came in and he bumped over Blinded Braille. I've never seen that happen before.
Oh.
I don't think they really need that much storage. Again, how many games are you putting on there? How many games are people actually playing?
I mean,
all at once.
It also comes down to a lot of the indie games are like 1 gigabyte, 2 gigabyte. I think
what games are you playing, Carl?
Well, Axiom Verge doesn't really take that much space.
I'm saying
it's literally just Axiom Verge is just like around around 2 gigabytes.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Well, I know most indie games that I get on the PlayStation are megabytes. It says right here, Axiom Verge is 164 megabytes.
Oh, That's interesting.
Well, I mean, it all depends on what indie games you're getting. I mean, like the Swords of Ditto. I mean, I guess you guys. I don't know if you're going to consider that an indie game. I would say it's an indie game. That game was
Yeah, it's an indie.
the digital version was I believe that was upwards of like 5 to 10 gigs. I want to say. But on a
I gotta real quick. According to this other site here, Axiom Verge is 214 megabytes. So the previous number I gave was incorrect. I don't want anyone discrediting the whole discussion over me saying a number from Google that was wrong.
I do want to say though, like you said and told everybody I was busy doing Christmas shopping. I made it over to Target today and finally got to see a Switch OLED in person. Oh my God. That thing is gorgeous. And they actually had, I was surprised. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention or and I really haven't been paying attention. They had 3 Switch OLEDs over at Target. Now, granted, when I get mine, I'm going to end up probably trading my old Switch in and then just pay the extra 100 150 or whatever and get one. But playing that today, and obviously they have the Switch next to it and then the Switch Lite next to it, and it was like, wow, I can see why everybody has been, gushing over it, because it is a night and day difference, especially coming from handhelds. All different kinds of lines of handhelds. Mm-hmm. So the screen has always been a major factor to me. It is a night and day difference. It is worth that money to,
I mean,
if you're a big Nintendo fan.
Like, that's why I got it. I had to get it.
The OLED Switch, that screen might only be like a few inches bigger, but that's still a remarkable size difference.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Wait, Carl. Are you telling me a few inches makes a lot of difference?
Oh.
When it comes to screen size, you bet your ass it does.
You hear that, ladies? I don't want to hear any of you telling me that size doesn't matter.
Does matter. I don't care what anyone says. Size does matter.
Yeah, Gogo, that's what she said. Gogo says, when I was a kid, I thought to myself, why would anyone need more than 120 megabyte hard drives?
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember thinking 64 gigabytes was enough.
I mean, I collect mainly physical, but anytime that a game refuses to come out physically, or a game that I absolutely have to have day one, I'll go digital. And to be honest, I filled up, I want to say, my old man had bought either a 64 gigabyte or 128 gigabyte card, and he didn't need it. And at the time I was actually in need of a, micro SD card. So I was like, okay, I'll take it. I'll use it. I filled mine up rather quickly. I have probably maybe like 50 digital titles. And anything ranging from small priced games to games like Torchlight 2, and there are certain games that are just going to take up a good amount of space. So depending on what you play and what you like is going to be the big thing. If you're into mainly retro games and games that look like 8-bit 16-bit games, yeah, you're going to probably be around the 1 to 2 gigs or under for those types of games and be okay. If you start getting into downloading stuff like, the mistake I made of wanting to play, BioShock on my Switch and then play Borderlands on my Switch, you're going to run out rather quickly.
Yes,
so
yeah, that's going to eat away at your storage.
Yep.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, the PlayStation has 825 gigabyte storage, but only 667 about are usable because the system takes up the rest. But even with
I always hated when they did that too. I always feel like that's such a misleading thing that they don't go and at least correct them. It's there, obviously it's there, but they never tell you, hey, look, obviously as gamers we know to expect like some of that's going to be used. But it still bothers me, that you advertise having that. It shouldn't be that way. They should at least advertise what system is going to take up space wise, and tell you what's left over. But it's not that much, but it just bothers me.
So Gary, did you get Knights of the Old Republic on the Switch?
I have not yet. I've kind of been just busy with the holiday season right now, that I'm trying to get presents in order and all that stuff in order before I go and make any more purchases and see what I get for Christmas. So, but I'm pretty sure I didn't let the old lady know that I wanted anything like that. So I told her I pretty much had. I spoiled myself this year. I got everything I wanted. The main two were Hunt Down and Pokemon, and I had to have those day one. So I had those, and that was really what I was looking forward to. So.
Yeah, Zutijin says that the space is reserved for the operating system. Yeah, I agree with Gary. It's a little bit scummy. I mean, technically,
it is a little misleading. Yeah,
it's technically true. It's technically true, but they do that on your phones too.
As someone who has an A+ certification, I know full well that it's about that. That's because of the operating system, but still, it still sucks that they don't at least mention it.
Right, I wouldn't. If just a little disclaimer that says exactly what you're getting would be nice. I don't even think they put it anywhere on the box. I got my box right here. I can actually look at it, but I don't think it mentions it anywhere on the on the boxes. You look at the fine print here.
Well, to play devil's advocate, to go to bat for Sony and other systems. To be fair, the operating system, it does change as far as size.
Yeah, that's true.
So it might be really, really hard for them to give you a hard number like it's going to be this amount for the operating system.
Okay, here's what it says. It does say
the SD drive is upgradable too.
Yeah.
Just to make that point. Sorry.
And what it says right here is on the fine print on the where all the information is. It does say 32 gigabyte console, usable storage capacity limited due to system software. I mean, okay, so I guess it's there. I guess you really can't complain. It would be nice to know exactly what you're getting, but I guess I can't complain if they're at least mentioning it. So.
Yeah, they're at least mentioning it.
I think it would probably be a lot better if they set aside 250 gigabytes for the operating system, at least for PlayStation 5 or whatever, and the Xbox. Going forward, like this is set aside. We'll never even mention it, and we'll just tell you, like Gary says, you're getting exactly this amount.
Yeah, that would be nice to do it that way.
But like I said, bigger numbers sound better. So it sounds better. You're getting 800 and something gigabytes. We just won't tell you that only 667 are usable.
Right, and they're probably following. They're following all the laws, so they're getting away with what they're allowed to get away with. So,
yeah. So, any thoughts on a Switch selling 1 million units in November, Gary?
I think it's what you got?
Well, obviously, me going to Target today and seeing 3 OLEDs on the shelf says something, right? I mean, can you find an Xbox on the shelf right now? Can you find a PlayStation on the shelf right now? No, you can't. Yeah. So, it depends. It seems like Nintendo's knows what they're doing. I mean, they're getting consoles in and at retail, and that's the biggest fight right there. So whatever Nintendo's doing, they're doing it right, in my opinion.
I mean, like part of the thing. Part of what they're doing is they're actually putting the console in brick and mortar stores. As I recall, they never did that with the next gen systems.
No, yeah.
They've always been in brick and mortar over by me, Carl. I don't know about you.
Really?
Well, here's the thing is that I think with the Wii with the Wii U disaster, I think they've really buttoned up how they had to approach if something is selling well how they had to make sure that they had enough to sell, especially at this time of year. I mean,
Yeah.
this has just got to be killing Sony and Microsoft. I mean, it isn't, because obviously scalpers are buying these up, right? They don't care who's buying them as long as they're selling them. But they
Well,
could be
actually, that's
selling.
untrue, Gary. They would prefer if
Oh,
actual gamers bought them.
well, you're right. We talked about this. I think about a month ago, because nobody's, if these are sitting and not being used, then obviously controllers and
Software.
software's not being bought, right?
Yeah.
So I could kind of see that. I think what do you think's really going on? Or you think they're just really having a hard time getting these out to retail, or what do you think is really going on here? Because it just blows me away that Nintendo is gracefully getting systems where they need to be, but after a year, we can't get these systems just in stores. It just blows my mind.
Yeah, it could be because of the weaker components of the Nintendo Switch. Maybe because they bought out a bunch of them beforehand. I mean, the Switch is what, like 6 years old? Something like that?
Well, I think
About
about 5,
going on
4 or 5.
So
Now,
you got to figure, once they started selling like hotcakes, this was before the pandemic, before all the shortages and everything. Nintendo might have bought up a shit ton of stuff that they needed. In
Right,
advance.
and that still comes back to saying, like, look, like when this when you were first getting this ready for Xbox and PlayStation, why didn't you, Sony or Microsoft, why didn't you do the same thing? I mean, who knows?
Now-
I mean, we could go ahead, Carl.
what was I saying? No, go ahead, you, and I'll make my point after you make
Well,
yours.
I was finished.
I was saying, did you get the Hori Split Pad Pro yet?
No, I haven't. What is that? Is that
you need. Hold on a minute. Let me get mine out and I'll show you.
is this
it's
like a
a-
legitimate controller?
It's a legitimate attachment for the Switch to replace the Joy-Cons. Give me a
Carl
minute.
hates Joy-Cons. He's a enemy
I
of
don't.
joy.
Oh man, these things are incredible.
I mean, I
Okay,
got
here we go.
somewhat big hands, and the Joy-Cons never bothered me, but like I said,
it's
I play a lot of
not
handheld
just-
stuff, so.
It's not just because of the big hands. All right, I am shirtless, so FYI.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. Let me get this one. See, this is basically what they are.
Okay, so they got some. They're kind of chunky. They got a little bit more width to them,
Yeah.
and
They
Little
got
bit
like
more
the
beefy.
yeah, they got the D-pad, and I'll show you what I like about the other one here. Let me just get it out here. See, yeah, I like the way the face buttons are, like how the A button here is raised higher than the others, and they're all large,
yeah,
legitimately large buttons.
that's definitely one thing about the
Now, this does have a turbo button and customizable or mappable buttons, but I don't use those features, especially where the back button is. It's where my fingers naturally rest.
Now, does it feel like the same? Like, do the buttons feel like clicky wise the same as a Switch, or does it
Yeah.
feel a little bit
It's-
softer?
It's actually pretty nice. Well, hold on. Let me get the other one here.
See, the only problem I have is anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I can't drag myself to buy any accessories, especially at the price they go for today. I look at a controller and I'm like, $80. That's like the price of 3 games that I can get,
I mean,
It
it does
just
make
kills me.
some. I mean, it does make some really nice. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but that's how the face buttons here, the sound they make. They make a nice clicky noise. Not exceptionally loud, but
Would you say it feels more like like how a Joy-Con button is, or something like a Xbox button?
oh no, it's definitely. Hold on a minute. I actually have my Joy-Cons here, normal ones. Actually, I like the buttons for the split pad more.
Okay. I mean, I like either one. Hori's obviously a great company, and they make great stuff. So either way, I'm just wondering, what the feel is.
I think it's because, and mind you, you don't have the vibration motors or the battery life, but they're supposed to be, or the gyroscope, but they're supposed to be. But they're supposed to be coming out with something that lets you use them connected to a controller thing.
So it has no rumble at all.
No rumble at all. It's not even...
See, I can't do that. I have to have my rumble. That's like force feedback is. That kind of feedback is like, I'm so used to it now that, and in certain games, like the one that really comes to mind every time I play it is BioShock. At the beginning of BioShock, when you first get the electroplasmid or whatever, and that when you're playing that and it's shocking your hands, and then it gets done and you feel that vibration after that whole scene, that just adds a level of immersion to the game that.
Oh,
I'm so used to it. After 10, 15 years of using Rumble, I can't go back. I have to have my Rumble in the controller.
That's understandable. I just thought I'd just show it to you, just since No,
I definitely need an upgrade, because there are certain times in certain games, like you definitely cannot play a like Street Fighter. That was a no-go. That's like. I usually don't have a problem with playing like fighting games on different kinds of controllers, and I'm not too picky. I mean, obviously, I always like playing on my arcade stick if I can. And that my arcade stick, the only one I got is for my 360. But when it comes to fighting games, I usually am not that picky. But with when I picked up that 20th anniversary, the Joy-Con is awful for fighting games. I will admit the Joy-Con's terrible for fighting games.
Really.
You know what's terrible for fighting games? The Nintendo Switch. That's why I play fighting games on PlayStation 4.
Yeah, I agree. That's the way to go.
Like
or
buttons,
Xbox.
I like that the buttons are all on the split pad. The buttons are not all scrunched together.
And does it have a straight D-pad on that, Hori?
Yeah.
Not okay. There.
No.
Yeah, there you go.
It has a D-pad.
Well, he's making a joke there, Carl.
Oh, okay.
Chappie McChapter says, I need HD Rumble. How else will I know there's ice cubes in my Joy-Cons? Yeah, I use the controller, the one that makes the Joy-Cons. They slide in, makes it into a controller. Or I just use the Pro controller that I got. Either one.
Hey, I will say that,
which is rare.
I will say that the HD, like that specific, there are a few games that have surprised me that. It's not like the best innovation ever, but I did notice a few different games how that like Rumble feels in a few certain titles, and I mean it adds a little bit more to it. It's not the groundbreaking presentation they brought you when the Switch released, but I definitely noticed it in a few different games. So
I do.
I like it. I think it's good.
I do wish it did have HD Rumble at least.
Yeah. Mr. Beefy says, I'm shopping for Switch deals. Cubic Games has a winter sale. Highly recommend Wrecked. So Beefy's letting us know what good games to get.
I would like say Cubic Games very much.
Ooh. And
if
Beefy
anybody
says the reason they sold so many and able to get them in store shelves is because smart planning plus not wanting to be a powerhouse. Yeah. And Luke Skywalker wants us to know that the knockoff Joy-Cons are far better than Nintendo branded ones. I've heard this from everybody.
I mean, it's just... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say real quick, if anybody's looking for some deals, I know that Target had quite a few games on sale. They had Aces. I believe they had Odyssey was on sale. Now, granted, those are a little bit older games, and I think it was all first-party stuff. I do know if anybody's looking for Pokemon, that the place to get that at is Walmart's selling that at $49.99, so $10 cheaper than most places. Other than that, I'd say just keep keep a lookout for certain things, because within the next couple days, I think something else will probably shoot on sale. So.
Yeah. Anything else to add to this conversation about Nintendo selling 1 million units in November?
No way.
No way. All right. So we're going to
Not
move
for
on
me.
from this.
No.
And we're going to talk about Carl's favorite subject, the top selling games of November 2021.
Well, it's obviously Skyrim. Everyone knows that.
It's not Skyrim.
I didn't see a single copy of BDSP at Target, so I think I don't know where the numbers are at right now with Pokemon, but I would assume that it's selling fairly well. And then I would expect Dread to be somewhere up there in that top 3 by the end of the year or so.
Okay, here are the top selling games for November 2021 per NDP Group. This is coming from Dom on Twitter. Number 1 was Call of Duty Vanguard. Number 2 was Battlefield 2042. 3 was Pokemon. They combined both of them together, I guess.
Right.
Number 4 was Forza 5. Number 5 was Madden NFL 22. 6 is Mario Party Superstars. 7, Guardians of the Galaxy. 8, FIFA 22. 9 was Far Cry 6. And 10 was NBA 2K22.
Wow.
Damn. I want to just say this about sports gamers: they're just as bad as Skyrim addicts.
Well, the same
Just
goes
the
with Call of Duty. I mean, that's the problem. Those games will always sell well. I mean, you look at sports, like, how is Madden not supposed to sell well? I mean, people love football. They love the Super Bowl. They love shit like that. Madden will always sell well until the day it's gone. And I think the same goes for Call of Duty.
I mean, it's the same kind of people, they're huge fans. They're games, and at least they're not whales who will spend large chunks of massive amounts of money on free-to-play garbage.
Man, Carl, you really hate free-to-play games.
All I'm saying is, like, esports gamers are at least playing, all the people who are buying their games, there's a reason those games have continued to sell well.
Carl, you realize that a lot of the sports games now come with free-to-play loot box type games.
Madden don't, maybe, but people are still buying those games to get to those purchases.
No, it's kind of weird Madden's on this list.
Carl, I think you have a very big misunderstanding as to what free-to-play games and why they play them, and you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the whole economy of free-to-play games.
That's
people
okay.
are not necessarily spending things. You're thinking of certain games where, that you spend just to play more. But a lot of those games, that's not what's happening. Those microtransactions are not just to continue on in the game. They're not just to unlock things. Some of them are just, experience boost.
That's not my motivate. That's not it at all. I just don't like what the impact they're having in the industry.
Again, I don't think they're having the impact. I know everyone wants to blame free-to-play games.
No, and here's the thing. To be honest with you, this was the industry was all like it did have an impact on the industry, but I don't think those games started it. DLC was it was starting to take off before cell phone games really took off. I mean, that's kind of what kicked, I think, the cell phone kind of gaming age off. And then I think the success of games like Candy Crush and what's the other one that I played? All these games like Clash of Clans,
Fortnite,
and
Apex Legends.
I mean, Fortnite was not
early mobile games.
Yeah, so like it's weird because they were headed in that direction anyways. I think games like Pokemon Go, like they definitely solidified the companies actually trying to put stuff out like that. And I mean, at least I can give certain guys credit because like Nintendo when Pokemon Go became big, they started releasing crap on the 3DS, like the Bejeweled type Pokemon game, and it was like, what are they doing? Like, why are they? I mean, I guess they got it's a small team. They can probably get away with making these games, so it's probably why they're doing it. But at the end of the day, I just rather see them focus on something that's like a $40-$60 experience. But then again, you know, I'm not who they're targeting. They're targeting the casuals, the people who might like the series but don't have a Switch or don't have an Xbox or a PlayStation, and they don't want to spend that kind of money. They hop on, they play a game, they might get hooked, and then they might start spending, you know, $20 here, $20 there, $40 here. So I definitely get it. It doesn't bother me. I just choose to skip that kind of stuff because I know that it's, at the end of the day, it's kind of shallow. For at least for me, not saying that, you know, you can't enjoy it, because obviously, Tony, like you said, you enjoyed what did we talk about last week, where you've played a game and you've poured quite a bit into it. So I don't judge anybody, you know. For me, I just feel like they're shallow experiences, and it's something that I don't want to get hooked on.
I mean, I'm okay with judging people. You know, people judge me all the time, so
Oh man.
I'm okay with that.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I do like match 3 games. They're simple, they're fun. I can play them while I'm watching TV. I have spent lots of money on Marvel's Contest of Champions. Again, I'm a Marvel whore, and anything with Marvel on it, I will buy it. As far as video games go.
If you feel like what you're putting into it, and here's the overall thing. If you feel like what you're putting into it, you're getting enjoyment out of it, and at the end of the day, you're supporting a company that you think is really producing something that you're like I said, you're enjoying, or that you want to see more of, then more power to you, right? Because the only way you're going to get more content out of that, you know, app or whatever you're playing is to pour some more money into it. Otherwise, if nobody's putting money into it, it's just going to die. So yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
I'm okay with those games dying. I'm totally cool with that.
No.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to break it down a little more. We're going to look at the best-selling games from last week, and then we're even going to break it down by each console and see what's really going on.
Cool.
I'm surprised Metroid was not on that list.
Well,
that blows my mind.
It's all for all of November.
But still, I mean, I understand that was released in October, right?
Yeah.
I'm still surprised that it's not being bought up for Christmas. So
yeah, but that's just the top 10 on the list. So I mean, realistically, it could be like 11.
Well, but then again, too, you had when we first talked, I thought we were just talking about Switch. You had Xbox or Microsoft and Sony in there too, which I wasn't accounting.
Be right
for,
back,
so.
folks.
Right.
And I figured Call of Duty would be at the top.
Chappie says Puzzle Quest is awesome. It is Marvel Puzzle Quest. I play that on the phone sometimes. I love it. Again, Marvel whore. I did buy the console version of Marvel Puzzle Quest. Was kind of weak. It was kind of weak, but
you know what would be a great game? Would be a version of Puzzles and Dragons with Marvel. Would be sweet. How they did.
Marvel Puzzle Quest is.
Is it real? Was it made by those guys, or is that a different? It's just kind of similar.
It's kind of similar. It's made by a different company, but it's more or less the same thing.
But I like matching every once in a while.
You know, you fight other players.
That's cool though. That sounds good.
I'm gonna fucking break the train track next to the house because this is like the 4th fucking train that's gone by.
This is like every week.
It just seems like it's a lot more today. Like I'm noticing it a lot more.
It's really not that bad. We can hear it a little bit, but it's not. It's not too bad.
It's not bad. Yeah.
You guys can barely hear it, but it's fucking. I can't hear any of you. I don't know what the fuck you guys have said. All right, so here we go. We're gonna look at the charts. Hopefully, you guys can see them. I will be reading them out. This is for all formats. We're going to look at the top 10 here. FIFA, number 1. This is for the week ending 12/11/2020. 2021. It's a week-to-week chart. So we got FIFA 22 is the number 1. We got Call of Duty Vanguard at 2. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is number 3.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah,
Especially over Halo.
is number
man.
4.
Yeah.
Just Dance 2022 was number 5. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Animal Crossing New Horizons. That's a shock. That's still way up there.
Yeah.
Number 8 was Minecraft. Number 9, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, and number 10, Pokemon Shining Pearl.
Mm.
Now we're
So
gonna take a look
Diamond
at
over Shining Pearl.
Yeah, Brilliant Diamond. We're gonna look at just the 3DS. So we got for 3DS, the top games are Super Mario 3D Land, Metroid Samus Returns, Pokemon X, Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer, Miitopia, Pokemon Ultra Moon, Dragon Quest 8 Journey of the Cursed King, Pokemon Ultra Sun. Number 9 was Dr. Kawashima's Devilish Brain Training. And number 10 was Luigi Mansion.
Now, is this 3D? Is this from the? This has to be from the eShop, right?
Probably.
Yeah, because a lot of these games are hard to find, and I know particularly Dragon Quest 8 is now a pretty pricey game on the 3DS, so physically at least.
The Amico does not play Minecraft. Balding Bob Ross. I was told that kids do not like Minecraft.
Oh,
They
All
like
right. All right, I'm back. Oh, crap.
All right, Nintendo Switch. These are the Switch top sellers, top 10. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was number 1. Just Dance 2022. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond.
Hold
Animal
on a
Crossing.
damn minute. That
What?
Just Dance garbage is selling more than some like Metroid Dread.
Well, you got to think. You see,
Why is it garbage, Carl?
to us, it's. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not a big dance kind of dance revolution kind of guy,
Revolution.
but we're looking at like the overall. You got to take your bias out of. You got to take your own.
I love being biased, baby. I love it. Oh,
But,
yeah.
I could definitely see it. I mean, it's Christmas, right? You got kids getting Switches, and there you go. I mean, that's a family kind of friendly game. Parents know they're not getting violent kind of content, and it's family friendly. And who knows who else is playing it? Or I'm not too familiar with how that series is nowadays, but I could see why it's up there. It sucks because as a gamer, as a game that. If I'm going to recommend a game, it's probably not going to be that. There's a lot of games under it that I'd recommend first, but I get it.
Yeah, Gogo13 says if you think about a lot of new Switch owners, these are the games they would get. Yeah, I mean, and despite what Carl says, I mean, I guess Carl doesn't like moving around a lot, but Dance Dance Revolution can be fun.
You've never seen me move, but I am not. I'm the guy. I'm like a pinball game. Okay, I'm pinballing everywhere, crashing, bumping.
Dance Dance Revolution can be fun. Where did we leave off? Animal Crossing New Horizons was 4, Minecraft 5, Pokemon Shining Pearl 6, Mario Party Superstars 7, Super Mario World 3D World Bowser's Fury 8, Ring Fit Adventure 9. We should get that for Carl, and FIFA 22.
Hey, now I've actually considered that, but I don't have that much space in my room for Ring Fit Adventure.
Doesn't take up that much space. In the top 20, I don't see Metroid Dread even cracking the top 20 here.
Oh man,
I'm kind of surprised with everybody hyping and loving Zelda Breath of the Wild. I'm surprised that's past 10. I'm surprised that's sitting at 11.
It's 11. It moved up. It was 12 last week.
I mean, my room from my bed to my entertainment center, and it's just a few feet in between. I don't have enough room. I literally don't have enough room for Ring Fit Adventure.
And yes, that is someone's alarm going off outside of my house. As if the train was not enough, my neighborhood has decided.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, well, the other day we had nothing but sirens going on for an hour.
Balding Bob Ross says Carl is a shirtless jungle cat. He's tight like a toiga. He's tight.
I guess so. I don't know.
All right, we're gonna look at the PC games. PC games, the top 10 PC games. We got Football Manager 2022.
I know that's a really good one.
22. The Sims 4 Cottage Living. The Sims 4. Age of Empires 4. Football Manager 2021. Microsoft Flight Simulator. The Sims 4 Cats and Dogs. Football Manager 2020. Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. Legendary Edition, and The Sims 4 Star Wars Journey to Batuu was 11.
Legendary Edition? What the hell's Legendary Edition?
The
Maybe
upgrade.
Yeah.
Oh, Anniversary Edition. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. PlayStation 4 games. Top games are. Let's get rid of that. We got FIFA 22, Call of Duty Vanguard, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, Grand Theft Auto 5, Battlefield 2042, Riders Republic, Marvel's Avengers. Wow, that was up there. Damn. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Neo 2, and Far Cry 6. I was shocked
Wait.
at Marvel's Avengers, considering.
Wait a minute. Considering the bad reputation Marvel's Avengers got, how in the world did it apparently sell so well?
It's been on the chart for 60 weeks.
Especially on PS4. Like on PS4, it's like barely playable.
Yeah. I like the game, but I mean,
Well, I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
I'm
that,
playing it
like,
right now, actually.
Well, I'm just saying, like, people, quite a few people have trashed it, which shocks me.
I mean,
It's not a bad game, but
It's not
yeah,
great.
it's heavily flawed. Yeah.
You have to be a Marvel fan to really enjoy it.
I do like the combat though. Like once you start upgrading and stuff, it actually becomes a lot better.
Yeah, I was
I'm playing-
disappointed by Hawkeye. Both Hawkeyes, as a matter of fact, their arrows were kind of weak for what I was expecting. But not a great game overall. Let's see what PlayStation 5 has in store for us. Call of Duty Vanguard, Marvel Spider-Man's Miles Morales, FIFA 22, Deathloop, Ghost of Tsushima, Director's Cut, Battlefield 2042, Back for Blood, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Resident Evil Village, and Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate Edition. No surprises there. Xbox One, FIFA 22, Call of Duty Vanguard, Battlefield 2042, Grand Theft Auto 5, Lego Harry Potter Collection. Wow, that's kind of a shock.
Really? That's
Well,
weird.
they did. Well, that's got the new didn't they do a new engine for the Lego games recently?
I don't know.
I don't know, but this has been on the chart for 101 weeks, Gary. This is the old game.
That's the
okay.
old game. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Marvel's Avengers, FIFA 21, Hot Wheels Unleashed, Red Dead Redemption 2, and number 10 is Sonic Colors Ultimate. Wow.
That list is shocking. That's shocking. Halo's not even on that list.
A little depressing, I gotta be honest.
Well, that's the Xbox One.
No, yeah, Halo Infinite is on Xbox One. It's on all of them.
Well, maybe the Halo players have moved on. Let's see what's on the Series XS. There you go. Halo Infinite is the number one on Xbox Series X/S. So yeah, so everybody's upgraded who's a Halo player probably.
Yeah.
Forza Horizon 5, Call of Duty Vanguard, Riders Republic, Far Cry 6, Farming Simulator. Wow. Farming Simulator 22.
Hey, you joke, but Farming Simulator is apparently very successful.
Apparently it is. Jurassic World Evolution 2. That looked good. I'm hesitant to get it, but it did look good.
Yeah, the oldest has got the first one, and it's not my kind of game. It just seems like there's not enough there to really keep me into it. But if you're a big kind of dinosaur fan, I think you'll like it. So
I was a huge dinosaur fan as a kid.
Every boy likes dinosaurs.
I used to tuck my arms in and pretend I was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the backyard.
Oh.
Every
Oh, man.
no.
Every boy likes dinosaurs.
Carl,
Tony.
I didn't, Carl. I was not a big dinosaur fan.
Really?
To be honest, it took me a long time before I seen Jurassic Park all the way through.
Oh my
wow.
god, I was a huge dinosaur fan. I was only joking about the backyard thing. That was from a movie. In case you guys didn't catch that, that was a joke.
Wow, you're not American at all. If you didn't see that movie, at least all the way through.
Where do we leave off? F1 2021 is 8. Fortnite Minty Legends pack was number 9. And Battlefield 2042 rounded it off at 10. And those are the charts of top selling games for the week. We'll take a look next week if it's interesting or not. If you guys
Hold on, boys. I'll be right back.
Some shockers, some surprises. Nintendo obviously dominated by family-friendly games. PlayStation and Xbox, a lot of sports games. So eventually we'll see an Amico top 10 for the week.
Oh, that's never gonna happen. Let's keep it real.
You don't think they'll ever have charts?
No, not even close. No.
Well, I'm not saying for overall. I'm just saying just for like, you know how we broke it down by individual system. Like, you don't think no one's going to be tracking the Amico games being sold?
Yes. I really don't think that's going to be the case. Maybe like week 1 and then week 2, there's nothing there.
So like Atari VCS and all that, there's just no one will pay attention to it. Google says may need to be a top 5.
I honestly think that will happen.
Chappie McChaps is right. They could have charts now. Games are on sale. Almost sold out. Nearly sold out, folks. Get your physical product. Chappie McChapster says, how do they even count games on Game Pass? They don't. It's not a sale.
Yeah, that's not a sale. That's also true. I guess maybe like Xbox One players just got it on Game Pass to see instead of buying it.
Because those are the sales charts. So if you're not selling, you don't get a tick. I guess Game Pass sales are tracked differently. And internally, I'm sure Microsoft pays attention to what games are being downloaded and played, but I don't know if they release those numbers.
No, probably. I don't think they do.
All right, I think that's enough sales talk. Bowling Bob Ross says top selling packing games.
Oh, jeez.
All right, so this was another article that I wanted to discuss because a lot has been said about games being too hard, too difficult nowadays.
It's just the trend. That's all.
Wait, Carl, that was my introduction to the topic. You can't.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
I say a thing and then I build it up and then I get to the topic. Then, man, how many weeks have we been doing this? It's like our 27th episode, Kyle.
Sorry about that.
As I was saying, people are been saying, games are too hard. Everything's too complicated. But this next story might have you rethinking this. Because we have a scientist who has done scientific experiments on mice. And now he wants to bring these mice to Twitch. Scientist has taught mice to play Doom. Or rats. It's rats. Let me edit that so people aren't confused. We got rats playing Doom, gentlemen.
Yes, I saw that.
Not interested.
I mean, it is interesting though.
So the scientist who taught rats how to play Doom 2 wants to stream it on Twitch. The Hungarian neuroengineer thinks it's a valid way to monetize his project.
I mean, this did happen. This did happen a couple years ago. I think it was like Goldfish playing Pokemon or something like that. I might be wrong on that, but something to that effect.
Champion Mixed Chapter says, "Are you saying that mice are too stupid to play Doom?" That's what I'm saying. Rats all the way. Mice are dumb. Speaking of rats, there was a huge rat that ran through my work the other day.
Oh man,
Scared the shit out of me. I was on break trying to take a nap. So you don't think this is interesting, Carl, that they've taught
No, I don't.
rats, lower life forms, to play video games?
Yeah, I don't care.
oh jeez.
But this, Carl, okay, here's the thing, and I know.
I mean, it's
people,
you know, go and talk about it.
People will dismiss this, right? This is just a who cares? This is this is dumb, waste of science, right? But this kind of research is what helps people develop accessibility options. Obviously, if you're able to teach a rat how to play Doom 2, you could see what the brain functions are working, what's being stimulated, how they could build things for the rats to be able to control the game, and then they can extrapolate that to people who have disabilities, maybe missing limbs, brain damage, suffer cognitive dysfunction. So I mean, yes, on a surface level, this is silly,
Oh no, that's not it at all. I just don't care. I'm neither one way or the other. I'm neither one way or the other. I just, that kind of science just isn't in my realm of interest. That's all. That's all it has. That's all it has. There is to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to poo-poo on it. Okay, it's just that if you want to talk about it, go for it. I can come up with an opinion or something.
Yeah, these particular rats were taught how to play Doom using a VR setup.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So
kind of interesting.
It is interesting. It's not a oh my god story, but I think it's good.
No.
This is the kind of research that can be adopted into other fields, adopted into accessibility options.
Hold on, what are we?
Rats have better taste than the Amico shiz.
Oh,
what are we talking about here? Is this
We're politicians playing video games.
Scientist Gary has taught rats to play Doom 2, and he wants to stream it on Twitch.
I've heard about that. Is he having a problem getting to stream it on Twitch, or?
No, he just wanted to. He just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I said, we're politicians.
It says the aim of the project was to create a VR system that would train rodents to walk around 3D environments without restraining them too much and without needing any surgical procedures. So, I mean, eventually, you could even theoretically teach rats how to guide drones, possibly. Using VR.
That would be hilarious. Oh my god! Imagine rats doing drone snipe. No,
think about a device like a small RC car, like an RC car with a camera. Then you hook the mouse up to it, or the rat, and the rat can control it.
That sounds awesome.
Jeez.
There's a town where I live that has a dog for a mayor, so
yeah,
anything is possible. Hell? Yeah, totally.
Dog for a mayor? Oh my.
Mm-hmm. Works. But you'd never hear anything from him. You laugh, but it's a system that works.
Chappie McChapster says this sounds like a movie from the 80s. Yeah, it does. I grew up in the 80s. We could have rats controlling tanks and stuff.
Do you think with all this technology, one day animals will be able to communicate with us because of our technology?
No, I don't.
Oh, I hope not. Oh, I hope not.
Why not, Carl?
I don't know. Nothing. Have you ever seen a movie where that usually turns out? in science fiction something that doesn't turn out good,
Dr.
or
Doolittle.
Dr. Doolittle.
a science fiction.
That is science fiction. What do you think? It's science
It's not science fiction. That's fantasy. And I got. Oh yeah. Well, let me tell you something. I got one movie for you: Bed Knobs and Broomsticks.
Ouch.
What about that movie Ben? Didn't that turn out good for them with the rat?
Yeah, I'll tell it to poor Astaroth, whose pets killed him and took his power.
Is that the one with the witches?
Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, yeah. Angela Lansbury, Disney.
Robo Blue says, "I've seen frogs play mobile games. They're on YouTube videos. Yeah, I play games all the time on the channel. What are you talking about? Watch frogs playing."
That's a good one.
Chappie says, "If we teach animals to speak, then we'd finally know who let the dogs out." That silence.
I
is
mean,
Boo.
that's not funny for me because that's happened a few times. So
your joke is bad, and you should feel bad. We should teach frogs how to play Frogger.
There you go.
So we can get meta.
There you go. I like that idea.
Now the real question is, would they be offended?
They might. Tommy Amico says, "What about the machine that lets us talk to babies?" That would be terrible. I don't want to know what a baby's thinking. Babies would be so rude. They'd have no filter. They just hurt your feelings. They'd be like, "Look at those fat people."
You
Hey,
don't know
change
what
my
babies
ass.
are thinking. I tell you, if you want to know what babies thinking, just listen to a Kroger. Say, "Someone looked at me." Wah!
I've
That's
never
what
had a baby cry when I look at it, Carl.
Could they even formulate thoughts if they don't know any words?
Probably.
Haven't you seen Baby Geniuses?
Oh, jeez.
Look who's talking. Look who's talking too. What if babies were dickheads? I don't think that's a what if. If you've had a baby, babies are.
They are dickheads.
They don't care. They have no moral compass. They just do whatever they want. Yeah, Tommy Miko, look who's talking. Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. You killed me on that one.
You know what machine that I'm really dreading the day that they invent? The one that lets us see what our dreams are.
Oh, that would be good. Like Dream Vision.
Yeah,
like it records your dream. That would be sweet.
That's gonna be terrible, gentlemen. I'm telling you right now, as a man, you do not want your dreams recorded.
Well, yeah, you don't want those to get online.
No, forget online. Think about it this way, Gary. Your girlfriend comes to you. She says, "Gary, I looked at your dream machine, and who's that bitch? Who's that bitch?" You can be like, "I don't know, baby. My dream just made it up." We're gonna have a lot of Lorena Bobbits going on.
I'm pretty truthful with her. So I told her, I think a month ago, I had a nice one, and I told her about it, and she goes, "Oh, really?" I say, "Yeah. At least I'm honest with you. I tell you about what's going on." She doesn't mind.
Told you about my weird sex dreams.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
if that happens, I'm buying. And that's a good name, Tony. Dream Vision. I like it.
Chappie McChapster. Their dream machine is a goddamn liar.
There you go. Dream Machine. There you go. Dream Machine.
It's broken. I'm telling you, baby. It must be picking up the neighbor's dreams.
The Dream Machine.
Register that trademark. Why would I ever? You never record your dreams ever. It's like downloading porn. You just don't do it.
Well, I know there's a lot of people who actually go and when they wake up, they keep do a journal, and they like to keep a bit of a record of the dreams they have. I be honest, my sleep has been so terrible for like the last 10 years. It's very rarely, very seldom do I actually wake up and I'm like, oh, I remember that dream, because obviously you have like 30 to 40 dreams or something like that, in a regular cycle of sleep. But
Yeah.
For me, I'm lucky if I remember anything when I wake up. So
Tommy Amico's worried about the Dream Police. I think recording your dreams is going to be a disaster.
well, especially if you're a closet case pedophile.
Oh, that would be a disaster. Oh, jeez.
I mean, like I said, it's fantasies are okay as long as you keep them there.
No, we're gonna move on from that particular tangent. Rats
Thanks a
love
lot,
Amico.
Gary.
Yeah, they do. That's the focus group. RoboBlue says Tony playing Ant Smasher. That link got deleted. I don't know what link you're talking about. If you try to put links in the chat, they don't work if you're not a mod. Baby sign language is a real thing. Is it, or is it like the monkey sign language? Because that's not real. Just so you guys know, monkeys have never actually been taught to do sign language. It's all hokum.
I always thought it was.
I'm going to be using hokum every week now. In a sentence.
I love. It's not that you're using a dictionary.
I could care less if they use sign language as long as they bring back that special TBS hour show with monkeys. That was the best. I forget what it was called. There was it was a show, and it used to be like, I remember there was like a series. It was like a half-hour long show or maybe an hour-long show. No, where they had like, they would dress up and they would do like scenes from movies, like where they had like the monkey do like Braveheart. Yeah, you guys don't remember that?
That was a joke. I think that was in between commercials.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure there was like it got popular to a point where it was a show, but I don't think it lasted long. I think the ratings did terrible, but it was hilarious. I don't know. I always thought it was funny when they put them in like those situations or they dress them up and stuff. I think it's pretty funny. So.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They dressed up the monkeys and then they like dubbed in lines over their mouths.
Mm.
And yes, that is another train. I see the link, RoboBlue, which you're talking about with the African bullfrog playing Ant Smasher.
I mean, I'll be honest. My favorite animal YouTube anything is the one where the salmon commercial where the guy kicks the bear in the balls.
Oh man,
never seen that one. Max Leonard says, "So what? They just lied to that monkey who was flipping them off." Yeah. So what had happened was Coco. Coco is the famous gorilla that learned sign language. Basically, Coco was just waving her arms around, her hands, and then the scientist, quote unquote, would just be like, "Oh, that means sunshine, and that means this, and that means she likes the moon, and she likes you, and she's your friend now." They were just making shit up.
Oh shit!
And they would record, say 8 hours of footage. They would then edit it to like, okay, that she kind of had her hand in the sign for glass, so they would edit that footage and like, yeah, she said glass. See, and here's the footage of her signing glass.
Oh man, that's so messed up.
Now, have you guys?
There's a whole documentary.
I forget what the. There was like a TikToker or like a YouTube kind of TikToker, and I remember coming across where she had these like buttons set up, and they would say the word, and she would talk to the dog, and the dog would hit the corresponding like stuff, like I want to go for a walk. I can't remember what the username was, but it was like mind blowing.
It was either staged or just completely faked. You can train a dog, and you could basically train the dog to push buttons in an order and then give it a treat.
Right.
Yeah.
And have those buttons say things afterward.
That's.
The dog doesn't actually know that the buttons are saying, "I want to go for a walk."
That explains the elections.
It's like the parrots that you teach them words, and they're saying words, but they don't actually know what the word means. They just know how to make a sound.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to break this to all the dog owners, but when you go, let's go for a walk, the dog doesn't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh
The
man.
dog just knows that when you make that noise, then you go for a walk.
Associate it, right? Associate.
Yeah.
So, sorry, your animals do not understand what you're saying. Your dog does not love you, and the cat thinks that you are just the person that picks up its shit.
I have a cat and a dog, so no swears.
I used to have a cat. I used to love it. It used to sit on my shoulder like a parrot whenever I walked around the house. I could literally, it would jump up on my shoulder, and I would just sit there while I was playing games or whatever. I'd get up, it'd stay there, never move.
You know, here's an interesting fact about cats. Nobody wants to eat them.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking?
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Because I tried looking at recipes for cat and I found nothing. Yet I looked for recipes for dog and it was an instant hit.
I'm pretty sure.
What the?
See, what happened was I was trolling the PETA Facebook page one day.
Oh, there goes another.
We're talking China, Japan, India, Indonesia, Korea, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Vietnam.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I found no recipes for cat. That's all I'm saying.
I would imagine.
Oh yeah,
they're like what's the word I'm looking for here? It's probably just treated like any other meat, like whatever meat recipe you could.
There is some disturbing recipes in Thailand. They eat like monkey brains, like live monkey brains.
You're telling me you wouldn't eat that?
Oh, what the hell is that? No.
Carl, you're telling, if you were stuck on an island and there was no food sources, and you were stuck on the island with your pet dog, would you eat your pet dog?
No, I couldn't do that.
Depends.
Seriously though, look at that dish. If you didn't know what that was, if I just brought you this dish and I was like, here, enjoy, eat this meal, you telling me you would eat it?
It looks like something's. You know how like
it looks off though.
It does. Like,
I mean,
there's like
read the Wikipedia link that's in the top. That's cat meat. That's a Vietnamese.
Oh Jesus! Oh, it just looks off. You know what I mean? It looks shady.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to trying like any animal. It wouldn't bother me. I don't see why people make a big deal out of horse meat. At the end of the day, like I've had a lot of like game kind of stuff and weird meats, but I never understood. Like, I get the big deal. It's like, we're supposed to be like man's best friend and like that. But like at the end of the day, I could see people, if they were desperate and low and they were like starving to death, I guarantee you they'd dig into their best friend.
Oh,
Chabby McChapter says Americans call it McDonald's. Yeah. Robo Blue says IKEA serves cat. It's just not advertised.
Oh.
Luke and Chappie, a bunch of people are saying that Chinese food has cat meat in it.
No.
That's always the joke. There's no stray cats around the Chinese restaurant.
So messed up.
It is. I mean, they eat dogs in China too.
Yeah, I know.
I would eat. I said this on stream. Maybe it wasn't a lot of people that watched it, but when I was streaming with Max, I said I would eat lion. I want to eat lion one day, just to know what it tastes like.
Oh.
And I even said, man, I would eat lion in front of. I want to eat lion, but in front of smaller lions. I want them to know that I'm eating a bigger lion.
Makes you strong like a bull.
Yeah. I want to assert my dominance. I want to eat like Mufasa in front of Simba.
Oh,
Just want him to know
jeez.
that I'm eating his dad.
You have to absorb the king of the jungle.
Luke Skywalker says it's no joke. A local Chinese restaurant got shut down because they found cats in their freezers. There's always just a grain of truth in every room, right? Yes.
I'm sorry, that's so fucking disgusting, but oh my god.
Gogo13 says a person at work brought in pulled raccoon barbecue and didn't tell anyone. It tasted pretty good though.
No.
Most things, meat tastes good. Meat is meat. We just have a hang up on like cute animals and stuff. I mean,
Right, I think when
cows are cute.
When the apocalypse hits, I think a lot of people's priorities will change.
Oh.
Robo Blue says I had a friend tell me that raw horse sashimi was the best thing they ever ate. Yeah. I bet, a lot of it comes down to we get hung up on the utility of animals. Horses are used for transportation, so you don't associate them with food. Like it's like, why would we eat them?
Okay, but how about
like
a spider or a snake? I know there's lots of places that eat tarantulas, and that's just disgusting.
Ooh, yeah, I couldn't do that. I mean,
No.
you look at people get really desperate. I mean, you look at like the what was it, the Venezuelan team that got stuck in the Andes, man. They're eating each other. Now, granted, these guys were dead and frozen, but they had to do what they had to do to survive. So, I mean, if you were put in that position, I think if it came down to it, and let's say you didn't have to kill your best friend, but your best friend is a dog and it died, and his meat of his body was going to keep you alive. I think a lot of people, they don't want to go there mentally, but I think they would.
And just live in him, all right? Carl, if we get into a plane crash over the Andes Mountains, I'm slicing you open like a tauntaun and using you as a sleeping bag, right?
Wasn't that one of the jokes on the Family Guy Blue Harvest? Didn't they slice open Peter or something like that?
I think so. Tommy Amico says crabs are technically sea spiders. So if we get into a plane crash, the four of us, Carl, Blinded Braille, Amico, Cloud Chaser, Gary, and myself, who we eating first?
You'll probably end up eating me because I'm slow, I'm big.
I didn't even need to say it.
Blinded Braille looks like if there's a lot of meat there. We're probably gonna eat Carl first.
I'm pretty big, so you'll probably get to me first.
Well, the fat is what you want, right? Or is that no? I can't remember because weren't they the guys that crashed in the Andes? They were eating like part of the butt, right?
Oh,
they were carving out the butt cheek and eating that. So.
We will tourniquet your legs and we will eat your legs first. Keep you alive as long as we can. You might end up a quadriplegic, no stomach. If they can find us late enough, but keep it alive.
And if they find us, I'll be laughing at you when you get the electric chair.
I'm pretty sure that no one gets in trouble for eating people.
Murder is murder.
I said we're gonna keep you alive. It's not murder. Chappie says Carl is a walking golden corral. Yeah. Plus, he's already shirtless. That's ready to remove. I'd never want to be put in a situation where I have to eat somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awful. That'd be awful.
But if I did, I would barbecue the fuck out of them. I'm sorry. I'd be the one with no qualms. Everyone else would be debating whether or not we should eat the dead bodies, and I'd be chopping them up. Like, what do you mean?
See, and that's why I say when it really comes down to the decision to eat a cat, a dog, or a human being, what are you picking first? I'm probably going with the dog first.
How big is the dog? How much food do I need? Robo Blue says the Nathans at Coney Island already sell Tony's fried and decapitated relatives. Do they
Oh,
frog legs are delicious. I'll eat the fuck out of some frog legs. There's not a lot of meat there, but they're delicious. Chappie says, "See, if it was all just Amico, we would never know which panelist would get eaten first." Yeah, exactly. This is the kind of stuff that you don't hear on the other podcast. They don't discuss who they're eating first in the plane crash. Luke Skywalker says he'll eat some cat. He has nothing against eating pussy.
oh man.
He's waiting for that joke, and you guys didn't disappoint me there. We are not family friendly, in case you missed it. Tommy Amico says sea crustaceans are quite similar to large spiders and scorpions. I want to eat a scorpion just once.
Oh.
So, like, when I get old, I'm gonna eat I'm gonna do all the drugs, and I'm gonna eat all the animals.
No, I always wanted to go. I don't know if you guys ever watched the what was his name? Andrew Zimmern, the dude that would eat the exotic stuff and go all over from place to place. The few things that always interested me were the I think it was like the puffer fish.
Fugu? Yeah, I want to eat some fugu.
That and the beating frog's heart. I thought that was always interesting.
Jesus.
Actually, I've always wanted to go by spontaneous self-combustion.
Robo Blue says, scientists say the Donner Party would have had a lot more survivors if they just started eating each other sooner. Yeah, so no hesitation, guys. Sorry, Carl. As soon as the plane touches down and crashes, we're eating you.
I would expect nothing else.
Good job, Carl. Take it one for the team. What the hell are you eating, Gary? Sounds like someone's eating over there.
No, I'm not eating nothing.
No.
All right. Luke Skywalker says, light some farts. That'll help you combust.
Carl, are you eating cat? Is that
Only
what you're
if
talking about?
you're. No, I don't eat dogs or cats. I'm not
you
saying
were the
my
one talking about
palate-
recipes, so
Yeah, but that's to antagonize PETA, though.
PETA are terrible people.
yes, they are.
All right.
There's no jury in the world who would complain about it. That's all I'm saying.
And I think I got one last little fun little story. This is we all heard about Cyberpunk 2077, obviously, how bad it was.
Fantastic.
You know, I've
That's
tried to play that game 3 different times.
Have you?
Now
Oh, yeah.
have they gone and fixed what was going on with the like the 360 versions yet, or is that still kind of having a lot of issues?
If it was on 360, it would have been a disaster.
Or not 360, the
The last gen versions.
yeah.
Xbox
Yeah,
One?
they barely like every time they patch it, there's new bugs. That's how bad it is.
Oh my god. Yeah, I feel bad anybody who got kind of sucked in thinking that that was going to be a decent experience. And I was kind of excited when I heard about the game way back when, but just seeing that launch was just I mean it should be an eye opener for anybody that really needs to sit down and if you're a gamer, obviously if you're a casual, you're not going to know. You see these games and you're just going to see what they showed you at the beginning and then be like, oh, I expect this game, they showed me this, but obviously it was a bait and switch, and what they actually delivered was just, horrendous. So
even if they patched it all, it would still be like a 6 out of 10 game. I'm not sure where people are saying it's a 9 out of 10.
Right.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So speaking of bait and switch, CD Projekt Red told everybody that Keanu Reeves played the game and they loved it.
Oh, I
However,
heard about this story.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves himself has come out and said that he's never actually played Cyberpunk 2077.
Ooh.
I mean, to be fair though, he did say he doesn't play video games.
I mean, isn't that kind of like what's the word, like not libel?
False
Is that,
advertisement.
Yeah.
yeah, but couldn't he technically, doesn't that make him look bad that they're putting words in his mouth?
I mean, I
Kinda
think
saying
he
that he's-
probably maybe did play like a snippet of it, but like I don't think he actually bought the game and like played it. Even the
Right,
beginning of it.
right. He didn't sit down and play the entire game, and
Yeah.
No, he says he didn't
That-
play it at all. That he's never
Yeah.
ever played it. Not a
Yeah, I
snippet,
don't-
not a demo. He never had a controller in his hand and played the game.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean, it
not, I'm
should
not
make
sure
it-
about that at all.
He's seen
Yeah.
the game.
it should make a difference anyways. If you're basing whether you want to play a game or not based on if a celebrity played, then I think you should probably get yourself into a different hobby.
He's the worst part of the game, in my opinion. Like he has the worst performance. That's how bad it was. Like it was very stiff. It was wooden as hell.
Now, are there
Yeah,
any
like
other
Mr.
big name
804
actors in the game?
Not that I can remember. I know there's a couple of more like singers that made songs for the game.
Mr. 804 says he saw it and he liked it. Call the cops. Yeah, call the FTC. We're getting the authorities involved.
Well,
Let me
there you
just
go. If
Google
he
it,
said
actually.
he saw it and he liked it, and I'll tell you what, when I first seen the reveal, it looks good. It did. But then when you go and deliver a subpar product that is riddled with bugs, and you here's the issue. No one would have a problem with them if they were honest about it, but that would have tanked sales. So that's where they're at with this. I mean, it was either you're honest. I mean, they destroyed their name is what they did. I mean, how can they be trusted ever again?
I don't
So
think they can
that's
be
on
trusted.
them. That's on
You know
them.
what? Here's what I want to say as far as trust. Gamers, gentlemen, people watching, anyone who stumbles upon this at 3 a.m. because YouTube recommended it, do not trust companies. Okay, stop trusting companies. They have
Yeah,
not
for
your best
real.
interest in mind. Companies are trying to make money. They do not care about you. They do not love you. They do not think you are a special snowflake. They want your money. They don't care how they get it, and they don't care how satisfied you are afterward. You are nothing to them but a dollar sign. Okay, so never trust companies.
And this is a good reason why I like my indie games. I mean, I look at it like you got guys that are small teams and they're hungry, right? They're guys that are there's certain guys out there that haven't tasted the success of making a solid game. And I know usually I can trust a small indie group to come through and deliver something. It might not be a revolutionary experience. It might not be the best experience out there, but I think you can trust. It's easier to trust smaller groups of guys these days than your Game Freaks, your EAs, because like you said, Tony, they're just out to make money and they don't care anymore. So
I think Cyberpunk is a little different because I think the game was just too ambitious, and like they really did not have the time to make the game, and so like they kind of had a deadline, and by time they reached that deadline, they weren't even finished. Like developers were saying that they were shocked that it was coming out in 2020. They were thinking like 2023. So that's how bad it was, right? Like that's a big gap for your developers to be thinking, oh, our release date is like far into the future. And this
Yeah.
game was announced like 10 years ago. So
I want to know what the pre-Keanu Reeves Cyberpunk was going to be like. That's what I'm curious about.
It was going to be
Yeah, I
the
don't know.
greatest game ever.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. When they go and do things like this, and this could be a little bit out of my experience and my knowledge. Do they get any extra capital when they show these reveal trailers and the hype from them? Because I don't quite understand why.
investors.
Yeah, I just don't quite see why you would go and because as someone who's making a game, I don't know why I would show a tech demo and be like, yeah, this is going to be what you're going to play. Well, obviously they do say, gameplay can change, but to have that little disclaimer and then to deliver what they delivered is they're two totally different things. I can
Yeah.
understand if the game wasn't like what you showed in the reveal trailer, but it can't be riddled with bugs and errors and all these problems. That's a big no-no.
It's not even the bugs though. That's the thing. They cut out so much from the game that they promised. It's
Right.
like it's really embarrassing. Yeah, I was just saying in the chat, it's not even an RPG. Like all the RPG elements are like super stripped down. It's really just an action adventure game. And heck, they even now call it an action adventure game. Like if you go on their page, it doesn't say anywhere about RPG. It's only action adventure. So that's how bad they dropped the ball, like on this game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big bait and switch. And like you said, I think it's more that they were over ambitious and they didn't have enough time and they, did what they did. So it
Yeah,
sucks.
and they're still announcing stuff like, oh, here's the roadmap. And it's like, you announced this roadmap last year and there was no content. Like, it's embarrassing. And the fact that people are even going to be like, I'm going to buy The Witcher 4 or like the next Cyberpunk, I think people should be ashamed of themselves, honestly. Like,
yeah. But you got to look at.
Hold up. RoboBlue says on the topic of companies that destroyed their name, it's been 5 years and Nintendo still hasn't fixed Joy-Cons. Well, Nintendo, being scummy bags that they are, they actually said that the Joy-Con drift is not a real thing, and they tried to fight the lawsuit instead of just admitting that shit happens and it gets broken. So Nintendo's not a great company either. And again, because companies do not have your interest in mind. They don't care about you.
I think the Joy-Con drift is a hard issue to tackle. And I think they were honest with what they said last. It can't be fixed. And I don't think they wanted to say that 2 years ago now? 3 years ago?
yeah.
I don't think they wanted to say that 3 years ago. And I do trust them when they say it can't be fixed. I just don't think there's a way to redesign those controllers.
I mean, a lot of controllers get drift. That's the thing.
And they all do.
Understood.
They all do. My 360 had drifting issues, and the main reason I had drifting issues on my old 360 controllers was because I would, during loading scenes, I would kind of like, bang on my click my sticks around like they're like drums, just screwing around. Me and my OCD, that's like just fucking around with my sticks, and that's how I would get drift. So yeah, I never understood why it was such a big issue until I actually had a little bit of drift with my yellow Joy-Cons that I barely used. So it is a thing. Is it the end of the world? No, because I've had it a little bit. Like I said, I didn't use those controllers too much, but at the end of the day, the drift that I had with those controllers when I did use them wasn't enough to affect the gameplay. Now, if you're like your guys moving left constantly and you're trying to, yes, that's the most awful experience, and especially certain games when you're playing, like it'll just kill the entire mood and you'll not want to play. So I understand people's like concern with it, but I think Nintendo was really honest when they just came out recently and said that, hey, look, it's unfixable. I just don't think they wanted to let that cat out of the bag 2 years ago.
Yeah,
but
they
were damage controlling hard. Like when the problem was first going on. Yeah, it was bad.
Here's the thing. We take others to task for doing similar things. They didn't want to reveal something early because it would affect them negatively. And we can't give Nintendo a pass. We can't say that.
I'm not gonna give them a pass. They're definitely at fault for this. They should have, from the get-go, been honest and said, "Look, there's not much we can do to redesign these. This is something that you're going to have to deal with for the lifespan of the Switch." It is scummy that they dicked around and played people for a couple of years and then came out and said, well, look, there's just not much we can do. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'll always be fair. There's things that Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony all do that I'm, not a fan of.
I mean, look. I mean, I got Joy-Con drift, and I had to replace mine. Now, part of that could be because I kept dropping mine, and my Switch kept falling over on the dock. But it's
Well,
it's
you got to also look at it like Nintendo's a company that likes to bring out every year or so, every year, every 2 years. They like to do this console, upgrade shit, where a revision. They like to do these revisions. So Nintendo, in the back of their mind, these days is going with their handheld model, and as a guy that went through like DS to 3DS, I hit, DS, and then it went to DS Lite, and then it went to DSi, and then it went to DSi XL. So at no point did I really have a time to break down my systems. And I think they looked at it like that. They looked at it like, well, we're going to have the Switch, and they knew releasing the Switch after that was out, that I'm sure they started working on a revision not that long, maybe a year after they started maybe working on, a year and a half. And they're figuring, look, we have these issues, but on the next, a lot of people are going to upgrade. That's just usually what people do. That's why Nintendo sells so many units, right? Everybody likes to upgrade, better screen, better volume control, all these different features. So they're thinking in the back of their mind, well, drift shouldn't be an issue because by the time they get rid of their older system, they're going to be refreshed with a new system. And
here's the problem with that, though, Gary. The Switch Lite does not have removable Joy-Cons. You can't even buy replacement Joy-Cons for the Switch Lite.
But is the Switch Lite having drift issues like Joy-Cons are?
They're built exactly the same, except for they're attached to the console instead of being removable.
And I'll tell
those
you what,
ones are bad.
And that's a big problem because I'm sure a Switch Lite is not easy to repair by yourself. That's got to be a nightmare. Ever since the new 3DS or 3DSs, they're making their systems like Apple makes their phones. You pretty much can't repair them anymore.
Well, all the phones are going to that. I know I got an Android phone not too long ago from LG, and you can't take it apart.
Right.
You can't remove the batteries or nothing.
And that's, I think, just an overall way to negate people, fixing their own consoles and just giving up and buying a new system. That's just all there is to it.
Well,
Same thing with cars these days.
Campaigning for the right to repair.
Yeah, I agree.
Chappie McChapster wants to know who cares about him more, Nintendo or my cat? In this instance, Nintendo cares about you more, and here's why. You actually give money to Nintendo, so they care about that. You just feed your cat. Now, if you die, Nintendo is going to miss your income, but your cat's just going to eat you. So.
Now, okay, I don't know about that. I think some level that pets do care.
We're not talking about pets. We're talking about cats. Cats do not care about you.
No, but cats are pets.
No, they're not.
I'm just saying
you're a cat's pet. Cat's not your pet. You're the cat's pet. If you ever had a cat, you'll know exactly what I mean.
I have a cat. Yeah. I have a cat. My cat doesn't bother me. It doesn't, it charges through, and it's kind of like me. It charges through a bowl, and it charges like a china shop, like a bowl.
My cats were assholes. I love them, all of them. They were assholes. The best cat I had was a six-fingered cat called Count Rugen.
Count Rugen, no.
I'm a big fan of how's that movie? Can't even think of the name of it. Come on, it's got Andre the Giant in it. Somebody help me out.
Oh, I know the one you're thinking of, Princess Bride.
Yes, Princess Bride. Why?
Damn, that's exactly the one I was thinking of too. He's talking about that movie.
Yeah, I named the cat after the six-fingered man in that movie. What's up, Wiley? Glad you could join us. think that's all we got to say about this little fun story. Keanu Reeves didn't play Cyberpunk. I don't know why the company felt the need to
That son of
claim
a
that he
bitch.
did.
Oh, I mean, I don't know why. I've heard several stories like he bought the cyberpunk statues and
I mean, come
all
on,
this other
man.
crap.
They're capitalizing off of John Wick, dude. Keanu Reeves was was gone out of the spotlight until John Wick came back, and then obviously it was like, hey, we got Keanu Reeves.
Well, I think it's because he's been in a lot of like cyber-esque movies, like The Matrix and Johnny. What's the one
Mnemonic,
with
yep.
the dolphin? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, Johnny Mnemonic, yep.
Wiley got a question for you, Carl. He wants to know what's your cat name.
Lily. My cat's name is Lily.
What kind of cat is it?
Black and white.
I didn't ask you
I
what
don't
color.
know
I said
the
what
I don't
kind.
know the name. I don't know the name of the subspecies or anything like that.
It's just
Always wanted one of those cats
This is
that's the
my
size of a horse. What are those called?
I don't know.
Those
You got
big
me?
ass
I don't-
cats?
lion.
No, they're like a legitimate cat, but they're like the size. Well, they're legitimately like the size of a dog.
Oh, you
I
said
can't
horse.
remember. They're really big. Yeah, I was exaggerating.
Facetious.
Yes.
Garfield. He wants a big Garfield. All right, so this next story that we're going to talk about is something for the nerds. So not us, but, the really nerdy people among us. But D&D, Wizards of the Coast, they're removing racial alignments from the races in the game.
Oh yeah, this is really nerdy.
Oh yeah.
So what do you mean?
Okay,
Racial.
so for those of you who don't know, in Dungeons and Dragons in D&D, certain races have alignments, whether good or evil, and that race is always evil. That race is always good. Certain races can go either way. Humans can be good, humans can be bad. Something like an orc is always considered an evil race.
No, wait. You mean Driders are going to be good now?
Yeah, they're gonna just no one's gonna have any sort of racial alignment. They're also removing lore because they don't want to offend any real life orcs or goblins or dwarves or.
Hey, congratulations!
Why not just change the name from race to like class or something?
I want to formally thank the LGBT community for ruining Dungeons and Dragons. Thank you very much.
I don't think it was the LGBT community. I think it was the SJW community, Carl, which is it's a similar community, but not quite.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's the company. It's who owns what is D&D? Who's the
Dungeons and Dragons
company?
is Wizards of the Coast.
Oh, okay. So Wizards of the Coast, it completely falls on them. It doesn't matter if a generation of people feel a certain way. At the end of the day, they made the call, and to me, it's stupid. I think there's going to be a lot of people in D&D that don't like that. And at the end of the day, does it really matter? It's D&D. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Chappie McChappie is right. He says, "Isn't there a race of demons, so they're not inherently evil now?" Yes. They're also, from my understanding, trying to get rid of anything in the races, the bonuses. So basically, like before, like say an orc would get a bonus to strength, but he would get a negative
that
sucks. Well, now they're
like,
trying to get rid of all the negatives. So
all the stereotypes.
Yeah. So
the stereotypes of fantasy characters. What the fuck?
This is funny.
So it is definitely the tree people.
In case you missed it, they added a new combat wheelchair to D&D.
Oh, crap!
So D&D is no longer ableist. Your character can be in a impenetrable, indestructible wheelchair that takes them into battle. All layers have to be wheelchair accessible now.
Okay, and to the disabled community, guys, you ruined it too. Fuck you very much.
I don't think it was the disabled community again, Carl. It was the SJWs. Disabled people are not going into D&D going, man, I'm playing a fantasy game. I wish that my character didn't have legs.
Some of us are that bad.
I mean, you got a group of people that want fairness across the board, and they want certain things represented, and those are the people who are ruining it. Like Tony said, it's not these particular groups, it's the groups that think they're being noble and standing up for them, obviously why they're called SJWs. But at the end of the day, it's like
But
they're
who
just
asked for this?
nobody's
thing.
asking for it. Nobody's asking for it.
I feel like it's not even like this is like the company who was just like we got to be more progressive than the SJWs. That's what it seems like. I don't know.
Here's some of the things that they removed. There's a character, there's a creature called a beholder. Now that's the classic one that you always see on the D&D stuff. It's
the giant eyeball, the giant floating eyeballs.
Yep. Kind of like a Marlboro.
Yeah, they are very racist. They believe that beholders are the supreme race, and that each one believes that they are the supreme beholder, like the perfect beholder. They're getting rid of that because that is a bad and no. We don't talk like that no more. Characters that have dominated people's minds, like mind flayers, beholders that have mind control powers. They're getting rid of that because that's quote unquote kind of like rape.
Oh man.
Well, I'd like to see the stats of these characters, because if you take that away, but the stats and everything else are still superior, well, you haven't done much of anything.
Chappie says the demon community wanted the racial alignments removed. Yeah. Demons no longer wanted to be considered evil. The reasoning behind it is because much like the people who think that orcs equal African Americans, they believe that the non-human races represent minorities.
Who the fuck comes up with this stuff?
Twitter users.
It's D&D. It's a Saturday night with a bunch of nerds around a round table playing a fantasy board game.
Yeah, look, I want to tell you why this is definitely part of the disabled community's fault. Okay, and some of the disabled people, they want to make things perfectly equal, even for themselves and for other peoples in that community.
Those are just SJWs that happen to be disabled.
Yeah, I wouldn't generalize like that.
Yeah.
I can get away with it. I'm part of that community.
Wiley says, I don't want to be reminded about my disabilities in games. Yeah, games are supposed to be fantasy. It's supposed to be...
It's an escape.
I don't really think I'm Spider-Man, right? When I play Spider-Man game, I don't think I'm Spider-Man. I don't need Spider-Man to, have my same skin tone.
A buddy of mine is a huge D&D nerd. Wait till I tell him about this.
I've always wanted to get into D&D, and I tried to. I remember as a kid, my mom bought me a board game, and I don't think I realized it was a D&D type game. I always wanted to get into it. I never really got to sit down with a group of guys and play, but it's just it makes no sense, right? Because these groups, do you think these groups of guys that are going out and playing with each other, like good friends, they're saying, you know what, you're an asshole. Your race thinks it's better than mine. Are these the kind of conversations that are going on on a Saturday night?
Yes. The fuck? Yes, they are actually going on.
Wizards needs to change that. I just don't get it. It's just
Robo Blue says, as a disabled person, if someone tries to tell me that my fictional character should also be disabled, I'd run them over with my car. Yeah. There's this weird. I don't understand it. I never will. There's a weird idea that if something is a activity where the majority of people are white males, then somehow it is keeping non-white males out of it. The only people that ever stopped me from playing D&D were other Hispanics, as they told me that was things that white people do. Don't play that. That's white people stuff. So, I did buy Sidekick Max a bunch of D&D books, the starter kit, everything. He plays it. He enjoys it. You don't need all these fancy rules. Like I believe it was either Gary or Blinded. I forget which one. You guys sounded like. I'm tired.
Oh.
No, he's actually right. I was listening to him a little earlier, and I said to the old lady, I said, he kind of sounds like me a little bit. Kind of creepy.
It's funny.
I mean, there are even systems out there that you can download on the internet for free, like I think Cold Fusion, for example.
Yeah. At the end of the day, this is all just it's a virtue signal because it doesn't really matter. D&D can be played with any rules. You can make things up. You could follow the rules. You can homebrew shit.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're saying going forward is the new like expansions and sets won't include these things.
Right. You'll have to you really want to get the lore.
Which is stupid.
You're gonna have to get the older books.
I mean, any longtime fan, anybody invest. I mean, D&D is probably such a kind of like a hard thing to get in for casuals that D&D's already got its core base, and I would assume that base is probably guys from maybe their mid 20s, like 30s, all the way to maybe 50, 60s now, because D&D's been around for a while. These guys are set in D&D. They probably don't even care one way or another because they've already established a way that they play with their guys, their friends, and I don't think it's going to change much. It's just nonsense. It's stupid. It's like, why disrupt a community? I mean, did they ask for it? If not, why tailor to a bunch of yahoos that? It's like everything. I just don't understand it. It's stupid.
I don't even think it's I think it's more that they're pandering, not that anybody asked for this. This is just like, hey, this is what we have to do to be relevant, I guess. And it's
but it don't work. I mean, obviously there's the phrase that's been coined, go woke, go broke. So I mean,
we will discuss that phrase in a bit. So keep that in mind. But this is nothing but a virtue signal. They just want the attention because, like I said, in D&D, none of this matters. It's not like you have to follow the rules. You have to follow their guidelines. You can make stuff up. You can invent new creatures.
Yeah.
It's all.
I mean, it is a headline. It is a headline. I mean, it could expose people that might not have wanted to play it, I guess, are now feeling included, I guess. But is that really going to make up a big part of this? New sales or whatever like that. So I don't know.
I always wanted to get into D&D, and I never got. I tried once or twice, and I never got a chance to. Not because of anything, but because I really didn't have the kind of people to play it with.
So what you're saying is weekly Geek Getaway live streaming D&D.
I think Carl's picking the goose stepping elves.
You damn right I'm picking the goose stepping elves.
I'll be the dungeon master. We'll do our own version of Critical Role, but like with not nerds, but like with cool people.
Sounds fine to me.
Either way, this is all just a bullshit virtue signal. It gets you headlines, it gets you attention, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything because you can play D&D how you want. You could make up shit. Make up your own rules. Make up your own.
Can we make a D&D Amico version?
Ooh, I was just thinking about that.
You could. I was actually trying to make a RPG maker based on D&D.
Tommy Tallarico's the what do they call the final boss in D&D?
Shit, if I know. The big boss, the big bad.
He's the big baddie every time.
He's the beholder.
And then you gotta fight the sub bosses like the every level bosses. That's OEBP. Who else do we got in there?
Chapter says, I wonder if video games based on the rule sets will follow along. What about the new Baldur's Gate? Yeah, I think the new games are going to follow the new rule sets. Obviously, if they're official.
Oh my gosh, it's
Yeah.
gonna be awful.
Yeah, that sucks. It's annoying. This is something you'll have to deal with.
That's all. It's really all I wanted to say on that particular issue.
So let me recap while I was gone for the first hour or so. Did you guys already go over Spider-Man?
No.
No? Okay, good. Because I was just going to say, I put it in the chat early on that I haven't seen it yet. And I know that you're not too... I seen the Circle Jerk comment, so I don't think you were too thrilled. But from everything that I seen, you know, like you said, that a lot of people are pretty happy about it. So
yeah, it's a fun movie, but like I don't know if it will hold up over time.
It pretty much is because of the way geeks and nerds are so awful to watch movies with.
Carl, you are so mean.
It's true because, like,
What?
okay, let's say Spot Peter Parker farts, right? Then they'll think that's the greatest scene ever, and they'll talk about it for many years to come. Tell me I'm wrong.
Carl doesn't like to discuss or nitpick things. He just likes to watch. He's just a consumer. He likes to consume, and then it's the end of it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I think he's saying like that MCU fans or fans of anything. They tend to be more consumers, yeah.
How often are Spock's dying words in Star Trek II quoted?
Because those are important words, Carl.
But I think
the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one.
And I think he's got a little bit of a point. I am a kind of I'm not super overly critical about most of the stuff. I watch it. I enjoy it. It is what it is. At the end of the day, it's like Star Wars fans are almost like I can't stand Star Wars fans. I mean, the movies weren't they are the worst because like are the pre-sequels or whatever the hell you want to call it, are they the greatest things ever? No, of course they're not.
But
they're not going to be better than
movies.
But they're okay, right? They're okay. They're decent. They're not
worth watching.
They're not like George Lucas needs to be taken in the back and beaten for making those first three prequels. Yeah. It's like it is what it is. I mean,
yeah.
Have you ever watched a really bad movie? A movie that you can't watch, a movie that like after 10 minutes you're like, oh my god, this is a bad movie.
I have the and the name you would agree would make perfect sense. So I won't tell you what the movie is.
Well,
but there are plenty of movies.
What movie was it, Carl?
I'm not going to tell you. I mean it.
Come on, you gotta tell us.
Okay, I'll give you a hint.
So bad that you can't watch it.
I'll give you a hint. It's got Tom Arnold in it.
Human Centipede.
Nope. We'll never watch a movie like that anyway.
Tom Arnold, was that one of those the National Lampoons, like a dorm-dazed movie?
It's a comedy. It's a comedy. It's got Tom Arnold in it. That's all you're getting from me. I'm not gonna tell you.
I think I know what movie he's talking about. I can't peg it though.
Roseanne Barr's Honeymoon Adventure.
Nope.
No, it was a newer movie, right? It's since his career's tanked, right?
Okay. Look up Tom Arnold singing "I'm My Own Grandpa."
Hold on, I'll be back.
I've never heard that.
Isn't that a song from Ray Stevens?
Yeah, but it's in the movie. It's in that movie.
The Stupids.
Yeah, that was awful. I didn't like that movie.
Your chapter says Roseanne Barr sex tape. Let's get barred.
I mean, I couldn't make it through the Ghostbusters 2016 trailer either, to be honest.
All right, to get us on topic, this is Spider-Man No Way Home spoiler-free discussion. No spoilers. I haven't seen the movie. I know about it. I read the Wikipedia, but I haven't seen it. Blinded Braille is the only one on the panel here who has seen it. He says it's a decent movie, but it's not great. What are your thoughts on this, Blinded? Give us some further elaboration.
I think you went away from keyboard.
Riveting stuff.
Well, when he gets back, I want to say that last night we actually, for the first time, we rented Venom 2, and I was kind of disappointed. Going into that, I thought it was going to be really good. It's solid. It's okay. I think for the first 20-30 minutes of the movie really drags. There's a lot of like Venom and Brock kind of going back and forth, and I thought it was unnecessary because it's more the same that was in the first movie, right? You've already laid down the fact that him and Brock and Venom are kind of dealing with each other. They're coming to terms with living with each other, right? They're roommates, and it just kind of like at the beginning, I'm like 20-30 minutes in, I'm like, where are we going with this? Like, let's get the show on the road. And then when Woody Harrelson's finally kind of like you're diving deep into that character, it's quick, and then the payoff at the end, I feel like Carnage just gets bossed rather quickly. And while I liked a few things here and there, I expected more from it. I was kind of disappointed. And then I was
Venom 2. I haven't seen Venom 1. And I believe Blinded Braille has rejoined us, and he's going to tell us about Spider-Man.
Yes. No spoilers, right? Yeah, spoiler free. Okay, listen, I'll say it like this. If you watch all the other Spider-Man movies, then you'll get a kick out of this movie. But do not think that this movie is like has a really deep story. Like, it's not even comparable to the other Spider-Man movies. Like, it really.
Do you need to watch the other Spider-Man movies to actually understand this movie?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Because if you have never watched any of those movies, you'll be hella confused because the motivations of the villains, they don't make any sense unless you watch those other movies. And they still don't make any sense.
So is it better than Spider-Man 3?
I think.
I mean, Spider-Man 3 wasn't that bad, but I'm going to say most people would say yes, but I don't know. Like, Spider-Man 3, it was actually had some conflict with Harry and Peter, right? And then the stuff with Sandman. Like, this movie doesn't have any of that. It's very, like, this one I'm, like, way more interested when the hype dies down, because this movie is so messy. Like, it's not even funny. Like you could definitely tell that COVID affected this movie because a lot of it is, there's not a lot of action. And then on top of that, too, the motivation of Peter Parker. Like, let me just say this. Peter Parker is a really shitty friend. Okay? I don't know how anybody can't see it in this movie. Like, Tom Holland's Peter Parker, he's a terrible friend. And, like, I was in another chat and I was talking about it, and people were just, like, kind of making up a lot of excuses for it. And it's like, I'm like super conflicted because I did have a fun time, but like, I'm so confused of why people are like, this is the best movie I've ever seen. Like, it's the best Spider-Man movie. It's like not even close. It's like those people are just saying it because it's everything they ever wanted from a movie like this. That's really it. That's why they're praising it. Right. But it's not because it moved them. Yeah.
But it is the best movie ever. Just, because.
But
yeah. See, that's exactly.
And that's the thing, I think, going into it, there's a different level of what you want to get out of the movie. And my expectations are high in the sense that the only thing that really has to be met is it's kind of hard to explain. Like, I don't expect that movie to move me. It's a superhero movie at the end of the day. Many of those movies don't really accomplish that well, and I don't expect that going in. I think as long as it's not like, if it doesn't drag and things have a purpose, and the villains and characters that are centralized in it, if they're taken care of and everything was well written, I think my expectations will be met. If that makes any sense.
It's gonna be hard to say that. I mean, like, do you like the Spider-Man movies outside of Tom Holland?
Yes, I think that Tobey Maguire, the first Spider-Man was good. I think I agree totally with if you watched what Pat said. I've watched a few guys and I tried to watch them before they started spoiling it, and I think Pat did a really good job, at least with a few minutes before he went into spoilers. And I thought the way he summed it up was really good. Spider-Man is one of my favorite Marvel characters, probably is my favorite Marvel character. And the way that he said, look, this was if I'm being unbiased, this was a 9. If I'm being biased, it was a perfect movie, a 10 out of 10.
I just don't get that. Like, I really don't get that.
So you're a Brokey Man fan.
Like, if you that's what I'm saying. If you're like a super hardcore into Spider-Man, you love those movies, then I can see why you would just look over everything and be like, yeah, everything's fine. Because it's like this movie, you would have to go into spoilers to really go in depth, because once you start looking at the movie, like, even when I was watching it, I was very upset at Tom Holland's, like, Spider-Man, right? Like, I was just like, the decisions he was making actually made me a little bit upset, because I was like, I can't get behind what he was doing in this movie. It wasn't naive. It was just flat out stupid, right? Especially because this is the third movie, and he just doesn't seem to learn his lesson at all. And, like, people are telling me, oh, this is a character development. That's not character development. When you ignore 2 previous movies, and not even that, but what was set up in the first act, that's not character development. That's just the character going along with the plot. So it's like, that's why I'm like, that's why I'm like, this movie is really shock value. It's for shock value. Okay. Like, if you want to be surprised, then you will be surprised by this movie. But if you start to watch it as a story, it just completely unravels.
So it's basically in the same sense that Die Hard is a Christmas movie, right?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, he's trying to start fights here.
Well, like, Die Hard, like, people call Die Hard a Christmas movie, but Christmas doesn't drive the plot forward. You know, where what's his name is basically going with the plot. There's no real development.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? This is why I'm like, I wish we could talk about spoilers, because there's a lot of things that happen toward the ending of the movie that I'm still upset about, but it is development. But in order to get there, he has to break a lot of the stuff he had to learn from the previous movies. And you know, a lot of people are saying, oh, this is like a trilogy of origin movie. Like, how do I put it? Like, this whole trilogy is basically an origin story, which I think is absolutely stupid, because it's like,
it is. I hate that crap.
I don't know how anybody could say that, because it's like, do you even understand why Spider-Man became Spider-Man?
Because these are nerds and geeks. That's what I've been telling you people.
No, people just want, like, listen, I don't mind fan service, and there's a lot of this fan service in this movie, and it's cool and all, but, like, I think people need to, like, this is why I was saying, like, there's like a huge, massive circle jerk going on where people are like, oh, this should be best picture and all that stuff like that. And it's like, relax. Okay. Like, this movie, this movie is fun. It's cool and all, but, like, people really need to stop with, oh my God, this, like, changed my life. And, oh my God, this should be nominated for Oscars and all that stuff like that. And it was like, do you even know what storytelling is? Like,
whatever happened
Into the Spider-Verse had a way better story. Spider-Man 2 had a way better story, right? And it didn't need Yeah, sorry.
No. I mean, just saying, it's like, whatever happened, just watching a movie as a moviegoer.
No, most, like, these types of Marvel, this will be the movie that Marvel makes for to stay relevant, in my opinion. Like, it's going to be stuff that references other movies and tries to, because there's nothing really original here. Like, that's the stuff that where I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I'm fairly understand that I'm in the minority, and I'm with the people that are celebrating the movie, because it is cool to see what they did, right? But it does, some of the stuff that they did does come across like a dude on Reddit wrote it, right? Like, this is stuff that we were all speculating and they gave us. And it's cool and all, but then when you start to think, it's like, did they really write, did they write a movie? Because we know that they didn't have a finished script. And you could clearly tell there's a lot of people in this movie were shot on like a green screen or like some, on a different set completely, right? And even some actors, they don't really act like they're characters, right? So that was another thing that was a little bit jarring. Like, I was telling my friend, right? My friend, he liked it, but he was like, I don't really have any intentions of watching it again, because, I mean, you kind of already got, once you watch it once, that's really it, right? That's what I'm saying. It relies on a shock.
I do want to ask one question, because I may have seen a spoiler. So the only thing I want to ask, without even really saying too much, is, does a very big character die in this movie?
Yes. And that was one thing that I had
bitch.
a major complaint about this movie. Like, I would say, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this term. It's called like fridged. Like, it's maybe Tony might know. I don't know. It's like a trope in comic books. I mean, it's a trope everywhere. Yeah, I really do think this character did get fridged. Yeah, I think this character got fridged.
Is that kind of like shelved? Is that kind of like the same thing, or no?
No,
is that different?
It's basically like I mean, this. It's basically, how do I explain it? A character gets killed off to motivate the main character.
Okay,
that's really it.
Yeah, so what I probably read was legit. Man, this is the second time this happened. We talked about this like I think was a couple days ago. This was spoiled. Like, Endgame was spoiled for me, and then I was somewhere randomly, didn't have anything to do with Spider-Man. I come reading down comments, and it's out of the blue, out of nowhere, because somebody's being an asshole. So it was probably legitimate. Not that it's gonna really.
The whole term "women in refrigerators" comes from a DC comic.
Yeah, Green Lantern.
Green Lantern, where he comes home and he finds his girlfriend literally stuffed into a refrigerator.
Yeah, and the way it's done, like I think they could have done it a way better, right? Like, and obviously I don't want to get into too much spoilers, because I mean, this is an important character, but this is why I don't want to say it, like, not say the spoiler, but say this thing, because then it's just a dead giveaway. Like, I already think people already know who it is anyway, but I just think that so many of the decisions in this movie are so questionable, and it's clearly rushed, right? Even the post-credit scene is like totally Ralph Boner moment, and a lot of people in my theater were groaning because it was just so stupid, and then, I mean, they showed the thing that will be for the next movie, and everybody then got excited. But then it just further complicates things. Even the whole multiverse thing, I think, is a way. Yeah, lol. It's a dead giveaway who this character is. But I don't know. This is why I don't want to say much, because I know people will come at me and will be like, "Oh, you're stupid." And like I said, people are already trying to like make excuses for every little thing that I was saying. I mean, there is stuff to enjoy, right? Like, you'll enjoy the cameos, and that's really it. Like, that's really it, honestly. The cameos and the reference are the best parts of this movie.
I still think at the end of the day, I'm going to enjoy the movie. It can't be any worse than Venom 2 was. I was upset with that movie. And I don't think I was upset in the fact that it was a bad movie. It's just, I think they pissed away the first 20 so minutes. And then, I mean, the fight scene was good. I guess I don't know what I was expecting for that movie. Maybe it's like the first time I really got to sink my teeth into Cassidy, but I don't know. I was disappointed.
Did you like The Force Awakens
Um,
or Rise of Skywalker? Out of curiosity,
I loved Rise of Skywalker.
Force
it's very
Awakens
comparable to that movie.
had its moments, and I really thought, and I'm sadistic. I think I've already talked about this months ago, that I absolutely loved them killing off Han Solo. I thought that was awesome.
I loved Rise of Skywalker, and I know I'm the minority, but I loved it as a moviegoer, not a Star Wars fan.
I think that movie was that was like roller coaster galore on that movie. But I still think they could have done more with it. But I mean, they're not terrible. I think I liked it when I initially seen it. After watching it like a dozen times, I don't think it held up as good as I thought it was. I guess if that makes sense.
I mean, it's just one of those
It
things.
had its moments. It's just Rey after like I'm not a big fan of Rey.
Nobody's a fan of Rey.
I don't think she's a bad character.
I don't think she's a terrible character, but
what I mean
think
is,
after the first movie,
she didn't really have much to do. Yeah, she didn't really have much to do, in my opinion. Like, she was already planned to do what she was supposed to do. It's not really a character arc. Like, they kind of tell you who she is. She's a special character, and that's what happens. It's not that interesting, to be honest, but it's whatever. I don't know. I'm curious to see how this movie will hold up, and then like a year from now, especially when like the next animated Spider-Man movie comes out, because I feel like that one will probably be will have a better story than this. And I'm in the minority, so.
Do you think the Doctor Strange movie is going to be the next like good movie? Do you think that's going to hold up better than probably Spider-Man? Or because I mean, you get a little bit of gist of what they're going into with that movie, right?
Yeah, which I think is very similar. It's going to be very similar to this movie, right? It's going to. Is this a spoiler? At the ending of the movie, they show a trailer for it.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed Doctor Strange, so I'm hoping that they, like, a Benedict Cumberbatch I thought was fantastic in that role in every kind of like scene he appears in all the movies. Yeah. So I'm really hoping for it to be good.
I like Doctor Strange for the visuals. Like, it's like a mid-tier Marvel movie for me. Like my favorite Marvel movies are more like Guardians movies, because like I feel like those ones have a lot of good character stuff in it.
Guardians of the Galaxy movies are more fun movies, I think.
No, there's a lot of very emotional stuff too. It's like they're playing on the characters, and I mean they're man children, right? So that's why they're kind of like. There's a little tongue-in-cheek element to it, but
right, it's goofy. I think the best part, like he nails it perfectly right here, because everything with Yondu in the second was like, dude, that like brings a tear to your eye, and like just the things he said, like, and I think because he's being goofy, you get that moment where like Yondu's floating down, and he's like, "I'm Mary Poppins, y'all." I mean, you can't help but feel sad that he's gone. Like, yeah. So I totally understand what you're saying there.
Yeah, like I feel like there's like two different types of MCU movies now. There's like these types of movies, like Spider-Man, I would say Civil War, Infinity War, stuff like that, where they're just like a bunch of references and everything the fans want. And sometimes it works. And then there's other ones that are like, like Shang-Chi, right, where they're just about the story or the character, right? And it's kind of either hit or miss.
I want to answer a message that a chappie said. I don't love Rise of Skywalker. I just like it as a movie. That's all. It's okay. I don't feel one way or another about it. Will I ever watch it again? No, but I didn't hate it.
Yeah,
I actually like Solo. Solo was actually pretty good, in my opinion.
Solo is an all right movie.
I was bored by that movie.
Solo for me falls in that territory. It's not. I didn't hate it, but I probably will never watch it again.
I just wasn't ever a fan of the Disney movies, to be honest. It's really the TV shows that were, for me, Mandalorian was, yeah.
Solo was good, in my opinion. Sorry, Gary. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree. I think Solo was. I thought it was fantastic.
The Mandalorian I look at as a Star Wars Western.
Yeah, I liked that it was a little different. It was outside the world of Star Wars.
Like a spaghetti Western?
Or not outside the world,
not
but...
a spaghetti Western. You guys are confused because The Mandalorian is based on a samurai story.
Yeah, it is more... Yeah, Lone Wolf and Cub. I mean, it has those aesthetic...
The Force Awakens is good. Rogue One was pretty good. And what was the last one called?
Rise of Skywalker.
What was the second one?
Rise of Tallarico.
Last Jedi.
Well, the Last Jedi. Rise of Skywalker was pretty good. Yeah.
The Last Amico, and then the Rise of Tallarico.
Yeah,
Mandalorian
was better
was like the best thing
than the Last Jedi. Last Jedi was garbage.
Yeah, the Last Jedi was.
I mean, and yeah, it was weird that the Mandalorian was kind of outside the Star Wars universe, but if you look at it like a space age Western, it's actually pretty good.
I just think it was just refreshing. Like, I feel like if the Mandalorian came out before the Force Awakens, I might have been a little bit more okay with those movies because I didn't like any of them. I watched all of them, and I was like, it was kind of like whatever. Like, I didn't really care so much about the characters or anything that was happening in it, unfortunately. Yeah.
Now, do you think the Book of Boba Fett is gonna deliver? Do you think this is gonna be a big?
I think it's gonna deliver to a certain crowd, but I'm not like too hot on it right now. Like, I watched the trailers. I didn't really.
Sorry.
Yeah. It never caught my attention.
I never cared about Boba Fett.
It's gonna be like a Sopranos meets Star Wars type thing, and I'm all for it.
Now, do they have the same? Are they gonna have like Favreau coming back and Howard coming back and all them who did the Mandalorian, or all the, because there was like 5 people directing, I think.
From what I understand, yeah. And they're gonna get what's his name, Robert Rodriguez too.
Oh, okay. So I mean, yeah, if they can, I think if they can really get all these people back on board and they take groups of episodes, and I think that could be what made the Mandalorian so special. Way that they kind of. Go ahead, Carl.
Well, I was saying, the thing that really threw me off was a certain non-Star Wars. Some parts of it definitely felt non-Star Warsy, and I thought it was a little weird. But overall, still, everything I saw, I enjoyed.
All I know is all I want to see. And I don't know if it's a possibility, is if they can bring, and this is where I think I'm all for fan service, man. I like fan service. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm not just intellectually involved into the movie, if that makes any sense. Like, I like the fact that when they do throw out the fan service. So if the Book of Boba Fett can come out and I can see guys that were in movies, like if I can get like guys like Boss, guys that were never really touched on.
Yeah.
Bounty hunters that like IG-88 or Dengar, guys like that. I think I could really get into it. That's what I'm hoping for.
I like Palpatine in the pre-Star Wars, in the prequels, because in my opinion, the prequels are more about the rise of Palpatine, not so much about Darth Vader.
Luke Skywalker says Boba Fett, like Palpatine, is dead to me.
I don't know. It was a pretty special. It was a pretty special moment when Boba Fett comes out and starts launching rockets and kicking some ass, dude. That's a moment I won't forget, dude. That was
Like I feel like the difference though between like what they did in the Mandalorian and say like Spider-Man is the fact that the Mandalorian is going to expand upon Boba Fett. Right? Like, well, in Spider-Man, it's just like, here's this character, and then bye. Like, that's really it. You know
and
what
see
I mean?
that.
Well, here's the thing, Blinded. What if they do make a new Tobey Maguire Spider-Man now and a new Andrew Garfield Spider-Man?
Yeah, then I would be. But here's the thing, right? This still doesn't change the movie. It doesn't change the movie because those characters, those weren't my problem with the movie. You know what I mean? The characters that you were just talking about. It's other characters, right?
Yeah.
So so I wouldn't be opposed to that, but at the same time, if they were to do those movies, I assume it would have nothing to do what was going on in this movie, right? Because this movie is pretty much done. Like the story is done, right? At the end of the movie, there's no really open door to like, okay, there's something else that's going to happen with every single character involved. Right?
I mean, is this basically the Spider-Man they kind of promised years ago? Like, is this basically the Sinister Six movie that they basically promised years ago?
No. This is not a Sinister Six. There's a six-member missing.
Right, I understand that. Yeah. I understand that, but
I'll tell you this, Gary. You're not going to get a big 5 villains versus 3 Spider-Man like super brawl.
Well, no, I don't expect that. What I'm trying to say is like people were kind of disappointed when that kind of fell through. I'm just wondering if they were trying to appease that crowd of fans that were upset that movie kind of never came to.
I think that movie's still happening. That's why they're not the Sinister Six here. That's why. Yeah, I totally think they're going to do the Sinister Six at some point in time. But I think it will be slightly disappointing because they're going to be different characters. Like I mean, like they're not going to be the villains of the classic Sinister Six.
Right, they're going to try to piece in their own. And see,
in the game, they didn't use all the classic characters.
No, they didn't in the game. But it was still. But the thing is, this is what I'm saying. The ones in the game are like super popular characters, and they're already in the movies, so they're not going to use those characters. Like maybe they might for one, like Vulture, right? But like the rest of the ones that we all know that are like, you know, the top 10 Spider-Man villains or the top 5 Spider-Man villains, they're never going to be, there's never going to be MCU versions of those characters, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but the fact that they introduced the 5 major villains from the other movies into this one kind of shows that they have no intentions of doing an MCU version of those characters, which is kind of disappointing in my opinion. Like they even outright say, I mean, and this could change, but they say, and there's no Oscorp in the MCU. They say that in this movie.
Well, you still have Norman Osborn wasn't part of the original Sinister Six anyway.
Yes, yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So they got a Kraven movie coming out, so you still have him. Mysterio can come back. You got the Vulture, so that's already 3 of the 6 originals.
Mm-hmm.
And
but Doc Ock is off the table.
What's that?
Doc Ock is off the table. Electro's off the table. Who else was? Sandman is technically, was the OG one.
Did they have what's his name? Thomas Hayden Church, is that his name? Did they have him come back for the reprise? Oh, that's good. I mean,
that. how much spoilers do you want though? That's the thing. Because there's a problem with that.
But here's the thing. Like I liked him as Sandman in the movie. I thought he did a great job. I wasn't upset with his performance, and I think that was kind of the shining light of 3, in my opinion. I thought.
Yeah, he was a good villain in 3.
And I hope they do him justice, but that could be a sour. That's one thing that I've said, that like if they don't do him, it doesn't have to be amazing, but I just hope, like I heard you say that some characters don't feel like the characters from their respective movies.
That doesn't really apply to him, but at the same time, don't expect a lot from that character.
Okay,
like he doesn't have a major role.
I mean, I don't expect him to have a major role. I just don't want them to destroy at least a kind of connection that I would at least make in my head. I guess that,
like in my opinion, the problem with his character was his motivation. Like I just didn't understand why he was doing the stuff that he was doing in the movie.
Yeah, either way, you still, like I said, you still got Scorpion. He's out there. He was a member of the Sinister Six.
Mm-hmm.
You got potentially Hobgoblin, because maybe somebody saw the Green Goblin and they create their own version. So a Tom Holland versus Hobgoblin.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for a Hobgoblin for a while. So
the Beetle was a member. He's a potential. Shocker can come back.
Yeah, Shocker can come back.
You got Trapster, Chameleon, Rhino, Beetle.
Yeah, Rhino is not in this movie at all. So there's a hint toward him, but two hints. But yeah,
I'm not a big Rhino fan.
I really like Rhino. Like I love all his parts in the games and stuff that he had. Like even the 2000. Yeah,
Tommy Tallarico should make a return should be in a Spider-Man movie as a villain.
No,
oh, Jesus.
No Tommy Tallarico. You could have the Clown. He was a member of the Sinister Six at one point.
Okay.
Carnage. He was a member of the Sinister Six, and we kind of got something that could be a potential possible Carnage.
Carnage is definitely going to come back, but I don't know how they're going to do all of that.
Jack Lantern. Morbius was a member of the Sinister Six at one point.
It's not even that, like, there's other members, right? Like, my main problem is these characters we already had an attachment to, right? So it's like, why? And this is, these are super popular Spider-Man villains, right? Like, these are like the top 5 you could think of, just because they were in the other movies and they had so much development. And so for them to not be in the MCU, I feel like is gonna be super lame. Like we're never gonna get those MCU versions. We're just gonna have the ones that we had from the other movies. And that's my problem with the movie, is that it rides off other movies, right? So everybody's praising this movie because they like the other movies. So how is this movie the best movie? You know what I mean? It doesn't stand on its own. It has to rely on other movies. And that's just my main problem with it, right? You can and like I said, this is just my perspective, right? Because I'm more want storytelling and good characters and all that stuff like that, right? Like I don't mind fan service, but like I read comic books like a lot, right? So it's like I'm not, it's not like I'm gonna be cheering and clapping and crying when these characters show up. It's like whatever. Like I could just pull up a story and read them right now.
Let me ask you a real simple question that'll clear it all up. Are you a book first, movie second guy?
No, I don't really think like that.
But do you like books over movie? Do you think like something like Ender's Game was better as a book than it was a movie? Do you think stuff like Harry Potter was better as a book than it was as...
No, I don't really tend to think like that. Like my whole thing is, like I'm a filmmaker. I write stuff, and I like mostly all mediums, right? Like there's books that were better as movies, right? Like just with the visual medium itself, right? So like that's kind of more my line of thinking. Where I mean, remember this movie took probably arguably 2 of the worst Spider-Man stories. Like tried to adapt it, right? And the One More Day and the Civil War coming out to the public, right? Like those weren't stories that people would say are the best Spider-Man stories. Like they're infamous, right? People know of them, but like I wouldn't necessarily say I wanted a One More Day adaptation. You know what I mean? Like right? So it's just a little weird that they wanted to do that story, maybe because it wasn't done on film and it is such a different take. But like, here's the thing, right? This is one of the things that bothered me like recently. I think it was the writer for Homecoming. He came out and he said that in the writers' room they were imposed, like they didn't want to actually do the Spider-Man secret identity because they thought it was too DC. It was like, are you stupid? Like, that's the whole point of the character, is a secret identity. Like, it was just insane that they came out and said that.
On the
Right,
subject of movies versus books, I read all the primary books, all the way from Sorcerer's Stone all the way to Deathly Hallows, and I gotta say that I thought the Half-Blood Prince movie was better than the book.
Mm.
That's actually what's playing in the other room right now, Carl. It's a fantastic
I will watch
movie.
it again, but I thought it was better than the book.
I think that's the best. I think that is the best Harry Potter.
See, the book. Well, I don't know if mine was Order of the Phoenix or whatever. But I tell you why I thought it was better than the book, because in the book, Harry Potter does a lot of whining. And it's more like he's coming to terms. In the movie, he's coming to terms with everything. He's not doing as much complaining.
That's
what I liked about it.
I need to really dig into those because I absolutely love Harry Potter. I've only gotten through the first book.
Oh man, let me tell you, every time I read the books, I cleared them I cleared each one within a few days.
Oh wow! I only
They're
read the
pretty
first
easy
one.
to read. They're pretty easy to read. I mean, it's not like we're talking. Well, it's not like we're talking about the Lord of the Rings here, where every few pages there's a damn song.
Carl, you've insulted nerds, geeks, and now Lords of the Ring fans. Anyone else you want to get rid of from our audience before we get into this one? I think that
no
I
apologies.
The comic books are better than the movies for the most part, because there's so much more. I mean, a movie's an hour and a half, and that's it. 2 hours, maybe.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
but there's some.
basic...
I think there's some comic book movies. There's not a lot, but I would say that there are. I would say Logan was way better than Old Man Logan, and I know obviously they're not comparable because they're totally two different stories. But I trying to embody the old man, this character in his older age was done way better in the movie, right? Just the idea of it, at least. Yeah.
So, giving Spider-Man No Way Home a final grade, what would you give Blinded Bro out of 10?
I can't really rank it. I really don't give grades because if I had to say, I would just give it a 7.
Out of all the Spider-Man movies so far, where would you put it? There's been 8 movies.
I mean, after all of that, you guys are gonna be like, "What the hell?" I'll put it 3rd.
Well, here's the thing. Like you asked me earlier, I think the first movie was okay. I think the second movie was great. I think the third movie was probably, if you'd have to ask me, I don't think it was worse than the 2 Garfield movies. There was a few moments in those movies that I liked. I didn't really care for one at all. I did like the whole I know a lot of people didn't like the whole Gwen Stacy thing dying, but again, I like the fan service. I think it was jabbed in there. It didn't have to be, but I still liked it. Yeah. I still think those 2 movies were the weak movies. The first Tom Holland movie, to be honest, first time I watched it, I didn't finish. I got halfway through and couldn't watch it anymore. It wasn't until a year later I came back to it and was like, okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And then Far From Home, I thought was really good. I liked how they did with Mysterio, and I thought that was really good. So
I think you might like this movie then.
I want to touch on a comment made by Max here. See, I mean, I like what the Lord of the Rings was about, and I like Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings better than the Peter Jackson's Hobbit, as a matter of fact. I like what he did with it. I like what it was. I just didn't like all the music and all, because it just felt so distracting to me. It's like you're watching a movie, and suddenly on YouTube, and it suddenly stops because you're watching an ad. That's kind of what it felt like to me.
Kyle doesn't
That's
like
why I
songs
couldn't
in his
get.
books.
There are pages where they do break out in song.
I've never read the Lord of the Ring books, and I fell
There you
asleep
go.
during the Lord of the Ring movies. I found them to be very boring. I will hand in my nerd card after the show. I'm not a
But
big Lord of the Ring fan.
and I do know I do know that Tolkien was in World War One.
Okay, and that's where we're gonna leave it.
Yeah, let's
that's where
move
this is
on.
going.
It's,
I will say this.
I'm not going to talk about that guy. I'm just stating a fact. He was a veteran. That is.
Back on topic of Spider-Man. I will say this. I always thought that Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, not his Peter Parker, but his Spider-Man, was written better.
Yes.
It was a more fun, jokey, sarcastic Spider-Man.
And I'll say this. Okay. I think that still holds up.
Yeah. I don't think, and people might be mad at me for saying this, but I don't think the first Spider-Man movie, the Tobey Maguire, the CGI and stuff just doesn't hold up. I never liked the Green Goblin costume.
So goofy looking.
I think it's the story that holds up, to be honest. It's just like that's the classic Marvel origin story that they've done repeatedly.
I'm not a big fan of the costume either. Have you ever seen the actual, like, what they were gonna go with, like the
animatronic one?
That should have been where they went the whole time. But that was a lot darker, right? And that's classic, like Sam Raimi. That was like, you see that, and it's obviously you can look at both, and they both got that Sam Raimi feel. But that, if they would have gone with that, would have been so much darker and so much better. I agree, because I Goblin is great, but to see him like time and time again, and I think that's what I like disliked about the third movie, is that we kind of get like, we get Harry back kind of in that position, and it's like, enough's enough. I like Green Goblin, but you didn't do him that like I always come back to it. I always want to see the characters in their kind of classic forms, and if I don't get that, it kind of takes away a little bit. It's not going to ruin the movie for me, but yeah, going that way could have been, I think, a big game changer.
I thought Tobey Maguire was a goofy looking Spider-Man. Really goofy looking.
I liked it, Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker. I think he does the best. Like Carl said, he is goofy looking, and he looks like a nerd, and he embodies
incredibly goofy looking
that Peter's supposed to have. As far as Norman Osborn, he's a great character in the comics. The movie,
they don't do it justice, in my opinion.
But I think he was too much too soon. You should have dragged it out, developed the character, the idea that he's going crazy slowly in the Goblin persona, because in the original comic, he didn't know he was the Green Goblin. It was just something that happened, and then he eventually figures it out, like, oh shit, I'm the Green Goblin.
Yeah, and that was a huge point in the comic. It was a huge reveal.
Yeah, so I think if they would have, like I said, he started going crazy slowly but surely. Then by the third movie, he's just fully, turned into the Goblin. There's no saving him. He's the fucking bad guy now. It would have been.
And they were trying to do that with the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but the Ultimate Green Goblin, where he's like more of a monster.
But here's the problem is that there's a fear that these, that movie that they might never get to that point. So I think there's a lot of like, we got to compromise and try to flesh this character out, Because if we don't, then you get left like you did in Andrew Garfield's, where Rhino was
Yeah.
a character. You get that. You get that
they
whole
blueballed me
situation,
with
and
the Rhino so bad.
people
Yes.
get so up, and people got upset over that. Now,
Well,
granted,
you know what? To be fair, Gary, I think the reason people got upset, and this is the reason why I got upset, the Rhino was featured in the trailer.
In the trailer,
that's
was
the worst
insane.
part,
Yeah,
right? That's the worst part.
The same
So
thing they
I was
showed us in
like-
the trailer was the end of the movie. That was
Yeah,
insane.
like, he's gonna be in the movie. He's gonna be in the movie. Then he comes out at the end. You're like, oh shit, there's an extra fight at the end, and then
And he's like the
Just
first. He's like the first part of the beginning of the movie, though, right? And then it's
Yeah.
just never heard from, never seen again until the end, and you're just like, wait, that went by. That's probably the main thing you say coming away from watching that the very first time. You're like, what the fuck just happened here?
I was
Yeah.
so disappointed.
But see, I think that's the reason why they did what they did in the first trilogy of movies, is
Well,
that they
I understand it, but I think
Yeah.
still, you can go and you can say, well, I understand. I know the reasoning behind it. But at the same time, you could still criticize the decision. Say,
Mhm.
they should have built it better. It's
And,
like I
and you
said
know what's the
before,
thing? You know what's the thing too? On top of that, like what I think is more egregious is the fact that they continuously use that same formula in Spider-Man 1 in the MCU now. Like the same thing that they do with the villains. It's not set up. It's like one and done villains, and they've been doing it for the last 13 years. Like it's insane.
yeah, it's the
Right,
same
like-
recipe, right?
Yeah. And so that's why I say, like, Spider-Man 1, without Spider-Man 1, you wouldn't have the MCU because it's like the exact blueprint, like the origin story of the character, the motivation, the sympathetic villain, everything. All of that is an MCU movie, right? So,
Now,
I don't know.
wait a minute. You honestly think the Red Skull from
I knew
the
Carl was
cat
going to
was
say that. I knew that's where he was gonna
You
go.
honestly think the Red Skull was a sympathetic villain?
no, I'm not saying Red Skull. I'm talking about, like, the all, Killmonger, Yellow Jacket, technically. I know he goes evil and he's working with Hydra. Who else? Is like a very similar kind of villain. I mean, Iron Man 1, Ironmonger, Winter Soldier. Yeah, there's a lot of these characters who are like sympathetic characters that are kind of one and dones. Either they stay around Loki. You know what I mean? Like they're set up evil, and then if people like them, then they stay around, and then they turn into anti-heroes. That's what happens in the MCU. So
The Ghost from
yeah, the Ghost.
Okay,
don't
I
like
see what
these
you
two.
mean.
Ronan. There's a lot of these
I was
characters.
about to say. I mean, like it's like, wait a minute. I was like,
No. Captain America is like, it's not the same type of origin story, but it is very similar. Like it like that movie in itself, that one never felt like an MCU movie to me.
I thought
Like,
it
it
was
felt
more
more
like
like
It's more of a
Classic
movie.
Marvel.
It felt more like a retro sci-fi.
No, but I
movie,
mean,
in my
like-
opinion.
Like for its time, like that movie came out in 2011. It feels like an early 2000s movie. Like it would have
If
fit
it-
along with, you know what I mean? Like the other Marvel movies, the earlier ones, it kind of feels like that.
Yeah. I could see that.
The 2000s Captain America honestly felt to me like a retro sci-fi movie.
Yeah, like
Well,
toward the
it's not-
ending, it
it's not
becomes
more
MCU.
low-key.
Like
I will say I'm getting tired of sympathetic villains. I've said it before. I just want a guy who's evil because he doesn't like people. He doesn't need a backstory or a reason to be evil.
We
Some
got
people
the-
are just mean. Some people are just evil. They just want power. They just want greed, money.
We got the
I don't know. I still like
Joker in
sympathetic
the
villains. It's not even
you got the-
sympathetic, but fleshed out, developed villains. Like you could be evil, but like have like some motivation. I don't know. I don't like it when they're just evil.
Well, I mean, you got Keith Ledger as the Joker. What more did you want?
But he wasn't evil. People find him sympathetic.
Yeah.
That's why we got a
Really?
Joker movie.
If you really think about it, Carl, Heath Ledger actually saved Gotham City. His Joker.
And to
Really?
be honest, Joker, I mean, depending on what interpretation you're
No,
reading,
no. I
Joker
don't
can
mean-
be sympathetic.
I don't mean the movie, like Joker the movie. I mean the one from the
Yes,
Gotham
Heath
Knight
Ledger.
with Two-Face.
Yeah,
Oh,
but yeah.
Watch the movie, Carl. Who's the one who's actually stops all the crime family? the Joker gets rid of their money, man. The Joker gets rid of half of their money, exposes them to the people. Without
All
the
right,
Joker,
okay, you're right.
Got his thumb
You're-
in his ass.
All of
You're
the
right.
best lines and the lines that everybody relates to are the lines from the Joker. So I think that's already telling. Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
I agree.
But yeah, like I said, sympathetic villains, they gotta stop that. As far as Spider-Man goes, I've said it before. All these characters have what I would call the money villain. That's the the big draw.
Mhm.
You want to see the Green Goblin. You want to see Doc Ock,
Venom or whoever.
Venom. Captain America's. Obviously got to have the Red Skull. Thor's got to have Loki. But the problem is a lot of these characters weren't introduced in the first couple of issues. They didn't come around until later. And I think,
See,
I
mean-
think Marvel has an issue with smaller villains, lesser villains. Someone like the Beetle isn't really a money villain. You're not going to get big lines, and it's going to be a big action movie. But he exists in the comics. Spider-Man.
I think they can reinvent. They definitely can reinvent some villains. Like they haven't really done that.
Well, what I'm saying is there's certain villains, like they kind of did it with the Shocker, where he just kind of beats him up and he's like a nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain villains that are just like
Throwaways.
mini bosses, throwaway villains that but they're there. He needs to like build his way up. You could see Spider-Man fighting bigger and bigger guys until he gets to the big villain. But because it's a movie, you can't do that. You only got an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Which is why
I
I've always
mean-
said TV shows are the way to go.
they could always do a movie from the perspective of the villain, like Death Note.
I always want that, but that will never happen. Like I feel like until like this hype of like superhero movies dies down, right? And like there's no real like big money in it. That's when you'll get like people being like, "Can we make a Kingpin movie, or can we make this character?"
Well, they're gonna
You know
have
what
to
I mean?
reinvent the wheel.
I mean,
Yeah.
that would be such a good movie, a villain movie,
Yeah,
not
like
the
I want
Joker.
stuff like that.
like a villain movie.
Or like I want
Anti-hero
things
movie.
like or
I want
anti-hero movie.
Well,
But
unfortunately,
like I
we're in a
want
time.
things like sorry.
I was going to say, unfortunately, we live in a time where, like, obviously they have their set recipe, and
Yeah.
like you said, until they decide to like finally stop with these movies and then come back to them and then reinvent the wheel, we're kind of stuck with the same formula.
Well,
Yeah, I
mean-
think that's
together.
unfortunate.
If you make a movie about a villain, doesn't he become the hero of the movie?
No,
No,
not really.
not necessarily.
I mean, look at Taxi Driver, right? That's a movie the Joker literally aped off that movie, right? It's
Is
literally
that-
beat for beat Taxi. Yeah, Martin Scorsese.
You're talking about
Taxi Driver.
De Niro?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, like that movie
Well,
is
Taxi
like.
Driver, some people would say that he is the hero of the movie.
Okay, now let me.
I mean,
let
you
me ask-
can't. I don't understand that. I don't know. That's like saying. That,
Let me ask.
I mean,
you,
he's the
Tony.
protagonist, but he's not the hero.
Let me ask you, Tony. Let's say they did a movie based on the life of Joseph Stalin, right? Would you say that Joseph Stalin is the hero?
I mean, they already
depending on
did
how
that.
They framed the movie. I mean, I'm sure Joseph Stalin had created propaganda movies about his life
Yeah,
for his the communist people to watch, and he was the hero of that movie.
I don't know that I like movies. There are movies that are about like what's that movie Henry, with the guy who played Yondu, right? Like to say like every movie or like story is from the perspective of the hero. I think doesn't necessarily work. Like maybe in a like even saying like that's why I don't want to say superhero the superhero genre is supposed to do that because. Like I don't consider it a genre. It's only a genre because now these movies are so formulaic and feeds on tropes and stuff like that where it becomes predictable, right? So
But
and that's my main gripe.
If you spend the majority of the time with the character, you're gonna obviously connect.
relate
more
to
with
it.
that character. And you can't really end the movie by the main character losing. It's kind of that usually doesn't happen. So could you imagine
Okay.
a
I
movie
mean, you
about
have the
Doc Ock
Joker. The
with
Joker
Williams?
loses in the ending, though. Like in that
What
movie, for
about-
example.
I mean, I think we need a president where the protagonist in a movie is not the hero.
Yeah,
Captain
there's so many
McCaster
movies like that.
Says, I think
Yeah,
that's why
Breaking Bad.
He says, I think that's why Breaking Bad is so good. The hero becomes the bad guy.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
Well, I think
Like he
kind of becomes the hero at the end too, though, doesn't he?
No, he goes full on villain.
I watched
Right.
the whole thing. He saves
Yeah.
Jesse at the end, though. He
I
sacrifices.
know he
himself.
saves Jesse. Yeah, but I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, this is why I don't really like the idea of like a hero and a bad guy, because it's just too black and white. Like,
Right.
people do make bad decisions, and I mean, yeah, you'll get characters like the Red Skull, who's just an outright bad guy, right? But like sometimes I feel like if not just talking about superheroes, right? Like movies and video games and all that stuff in general, right? If we have more characters where they're making good and bad decisions, it's you as an audience has to think about what they actually did, right? And like, does it really justify what they're doing, right? And I think it's not really there for maybe entertainment. Like, sure, it is engaging to watch Breaking Bad and all his decisions and stuff, right? It is entertainment, but it also kind of makes you ponder and think, what would I do in his situation, right? Like, he does a lot of stuff where I think a lot of people would make those same decisions that he did, right?
But
Even
that's
right at
why-
the beginning.
That's why I consider him the hero, because you identify. That's the character you identify with and want to be. Hank is the good guy, technically. The DEA
Okay.
agent. But he's
I mean,
not the guy you want to be. He's kind of like a dork. He's collecting his rocks.
All right.
I
All
don't
right,
know.
Tony. You've asked. I'm gonna have to play hardball here. Okay. So, are you telling me that if they had a movie on Adolf Hitler as a protagonist, that he would be the hero? Are you saying that?
Isn't he kind of a hero in Jojo Rabbit?
I don't know.
Not really. Kind of, but not really.
That's why I said kind of.
Yeah, but it's more for satirical reasons. Like,
But I'm
like to say he's
talking
the
about
hero would mean
a movie
we agree with
where
him.
Adolf Hitler is the protagonist. Are you honestly telling me that he would be the good guy?
Well, no, but I mean, unless
Thank you very much.
Again,
Thank you very much.
No, again, it depends on who's making the movie. It's the same way. It's like this, Carl. If I made a movie about the Amico, right? Obviously, I would be the hero. If Tommy made the movie about the Amico, obviously, I would be the villain.
But I mean, I don't really think you should use the word hero. That's the thing, because the protagonist, you're the protagonist, right? We're seeing it from your perspective.
But I'm saying
the hero suggests that what they're
I would
doing.
be the hero, right? I would make myself look good because it's my movie.
Yeah, in that case, yeah. But I mean, to say, like, for example, like Walter White is the hero, it makes it seem like he's made all these good moral decisions.
Oh no.
I mean, when I take like a writing class on fiction, that's kind of how we would define a hero. Is someone who's
really
making those good.
In Breaking Bad, in all the reality.
No, there's none. There's none. Yeah.
The hero is the guy who does what he has to for the good of everyone else.
Yeah, he does the moral correct thing, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean he's the protagonist, right? He's not the main character in the story.
Like,
right?
okay. For example, Die Hard. The cop who talks to, what's his name? He does a lot of good stuff, so he would be considered a hero, but he's not the protagonist. Yeah, Carl Winslow. Yeah. But he would not be considered the protagonist.
Yeah, I think when we're talking in layman's terms, if you ask somebody who's the hero, they usually just think the main character.
Main character.
No.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Right?
True.
But as far as like actual hero, I mean, you could make the Suicide Squad is a perfect example. None of them are technically heroes,
Yeah.
but they saved the day, right? So technically, they kind of are heroes.
They technically did the moral thing or whatever it may be, right?
And if you have no real understanding of the characters or what they did prior to the movie,
I mean, the movie kind of lays it out that they're bad people, right? Especially in that new one,
Yeah.
right?
new one,
It's
they
very
kinda
clear.
make, Idris Elba's character like iffy.
Yeah, they make him a lot more sympathetic. I mean, we don't even really see what he did. Right?
And same thing with Peacemaker. In all due reality,
I don't know
basically
about
the
that one.
Punisher.
I don't know about that one though.
Well, I mean,
He's
not
like
post
straight
the
up.
movie. I'm talking about before he turns on the group. They just kind of say that
Yeah.
he went around killing people. He's acting like he's a good guy, like the Punisher.
Yeah, yeah. That's fair. Yeah,
So, I mean, then
I think they do that intentional.
As a fucking psycho.
Yeah, I think that's why I didn't really like his character for that reason, because they didn't really give hints that he was going to turn. Right? It wasn't like I went back and I was like, did they really give hints? And they really didn't. You know, it wasn't apparent. Yeah, and that's why I just hated that character. It was just like, wow, you're such an absolute scumbag. You know
the
what I
best
mean?
movie for giving hints is Shutter Island. I love fucking
Yeah.
Shutter Island. You watch that movie and you're like, then you start thinking like, oh man, that thing earlier in the movie, now that makes sense why they were like oh shit.
Yeah, Fight Club is like that too.
Yeah, except for Fight Club makes no sense if you really like some of the scenes. Just like there's no way.
I've heard how bad a Fight Club is.
No, Fight Club. I love Fight Club.
Oh, it's a good movie. I like it. But I'm just saying, like certain scenes, like when you're like, well, he was both characters. How is he doing this? This doesn't seem to make any sense.
Well, they kind of show you that he's. I mean, they kind of do that intentional. Like, you know, when he's giving this, Brad Pitt is giving the speech, but it's really Edward Norton, right? It's kind of more of a, but there are like subtler hints that he's not there. Like the way that David Fincher he was talking about it, where he didn't want to make it like super apparent, but it is there when you go back.
There's a part when he's in like the bathroom and he just disappears, right?
Yeah, or like when they get on the bus, only one of them pays and no one says anything, like stuff like that, or the phone line in the beginning. The phone line is dead, right? So you couldn't be calling anyone on that phone. Right, so stuff like that.
But then certain things like when Helena Bonham Carter, she doesn't tell him like you're the same person. Like he just like do.
No, she says something to the effect that he changes like drastically, like he's like bipolar or something.
But in the context of the movie, that dialogue is for us to be like, we don't know, but like. In the context of reality, like she's never once, but like, dude, you're fucking, you're bipolar. You have psycho fucking.
No, when they, I mean, I think there was another part
in the corner talking to nobody for like
when they were, yeah. I mean, I also think that it was a lot of it was in his head. Not to say that he was talking out loud.
Yeah, but even so, you'd be like, you were sitting there talking to yourself, and he'd be like, "No, I wasn't. I was talking to Tyler," and she'd be like, "Who the fuck's Tyler?" In the movie, right? Because we only see what the movie wants to show us, but then you have to figure like.
I mean, that's the story.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the stuff that would happen when we weren't looking, that would give everything away.
It would give everything away. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, that would be hilarious. That scene that.
No, because there's just so many scenes like that. That's like, wait a minute, you know. He was supposedly talking to this guy, and then the guy didn't recognize him. You're like, but they're supposed to know him. Yeah.
And that's more toward the ending where it's like when he's going all these different countries and stuff like that. Or not countries, the different states and cities. Yeah. He was setting up the fight clubs, But I love that movie beyond its twist, though. Like, I think it has something deeper to say.
Max Lard says, that's what I deal with here, man. People talking fucking walls. The same thing, like, I don't know about you guys, but if I seen some dude beating the shit out of himself in a parking lot, that's not the dude I'm gonna follow religiously. Like, yeah, you know what? That dude got his shit together. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah. Unreliable narrator.
Wiley says, Asian man in the grocery shop scene. Wish someone would put a gun to my head. Maybe I wouldn't waste my life. I don't know what you mean, Wiley. You don't need that. You're not wasting your life. You're here with us. Chappie says, yeah, I think Fincher tosses it to an unreliable historian.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the movie is good, but if you overthink some things, you're like, it doesn't hold up exactly.
It doesn't hold up. Yeah. I think, like, sometimes, like, especially in No Way Home, like, sometimes when you're watching it, the movie itself could just fall right, like, just completely crumble based on what you're watching and how you feel, like, in the moment.
Yeah.
And
I know Carl hates us nerds and geeks watching movies and nitpicking everything. That's what we do, damn it.
That is what we do.
So I nitpick everything. I tear it apart, but I still love stuff. I still can enjoy it.
To nauseum.
I think that's it for our No Way Home discussion. It's been 4 hours, 10 minutes. I am getting really sleepy. I think Carl has checked out. I think he's.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, jeez.
You're just having such an enlightening discussion, so you know.
I thought we had Amico news today.
We did. You missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that segment. Son of a bitch.
I'll give you a quick recap, Gary. German website played the Amico, gave it a bad review, said the controls were spongy, janky, jerky, unintuitive, and that it was confusing to navigate the systems.
Ouch.
I sent a book in for review to Amazon. Hopefully they review it and okay it, and it will be on their website. It is the Ultimate Intellivision Amico Guidebook, Volume 1. Covers all the games released from October 10th, 2020 to October 10th, 2021. It's $5. It's going to be $5 on Amazon. On the cover is the picture of Shelly, the Amico shell with my signature on it.
That's even better.
Customers who bought this also bought Mein Kampf.
Oh, jeez.
They might have. I don't know. But I think that's where we're going to leave it. 4 hours today. I'm tired. I know everybody on the panel is tired. We got a big show coming up next week. Hopefully, if everything goes right. We got some guests dropping in. And then tomorrow, I'm going to review that weird Asian food that I bought from the grocery store and work on some other things. What do you got going for us, Carl? I know you had a stream the other day.
I was just talking about gibberish. Didn't talk about anything important, as always. So,
what about you, Blinder Bro? What you got coming up for
us? Nothing much. I might write an article on Avengers because I've been playing like so much of it.
Sounds good. What about you, Gary? What do you got coming up?
Man, I just kind of like bummed out that there's no play date out at the end of the year. You know, I was really looking forward to getting my hands on that and spending some time with that and doing some videos and maybe writing something. But right now I am pretty much kind of on the recovery from Pokemon. I now have to take my break after putting so much time into that. So nothing special right now until we get this Christmas special stuff going. So hopefully we'll get our story recorded for Christmas for our Christmas Day special stuff. So.
And just so everybody knows, the Christmas special will be PG. Everybody will be able to watch it with their family, hopefully. Hope you enjoy it. It's going to be fun. I got some things planned. Carl got some things planned. You might hear a certain...
I do?
I thought you did, but we'll see. You never know. A certain white bearded, red suited individual might show up on the special. But we'll see.
Ho, ho, and shut the F up.
That's not very PG, Carl. Wiley wants you to upload your live stream. He says he missed it, Carl.
I actually got to make them switch them over to public, but I'll do that. Oh, yeah, I'll take care of that. I mean, you're not going to see much, honestly. It just
some people just like seeing you, Carl. That brings them joy. Smile to their face. I mean, people got weird fetishes, so I don't judge.
I mean, I could do a naughty list of the naughtiest Amico shills or something.
Anyway, I think that's where we're going to leave it. Love, peace, Christmas booty grease. We out this bitch.